Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. I'm Georgia Chambers, joined alongside Wesley and Craig. We had a great day one yesterday, but we're excited to get the coaches in today, and we have a great coach joining us this morning, head coach of Houston County, Jeremy Edwards. Jeremy, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. We'll get right into it. As with every year, your focus is on filling the holes left behind last season. So you lost starter AJ Hill. What's really impressed you this season so far about Ryan Maxwell heading into the year?
Well, obviously, yeah, you mentioned it. He's got big shoes to fill, but he's done a really great job in the spring and throughout the summer. We've tested him. We went to a couple pretty competitive OTAs and, obviously did the whole 7-on-7 thing. And he's really handled it well. I mean, he's young, but he's very talented. He's got a lot of high ceiling, and we feel really good about Ryan.
And going into this season, obviously, there's a lot of heavy hitters in Class 5A. So what do you do to try and optimize the workouts to get your team ready heading into this season?
Yeah, I try not to think about it too much, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, when you talk about just in our region alone, Lee and Thomas County Central, and then obviously you got Gainesville and Milton, and so it's a stacked classification. But as a coach and a competitor, you don't want it. You wouldn't want it any other way. And so we like it, we embrace it, and we just try to go to work every day and try to get a little bit better. And I know that's cliche, but that's kind of our standard around here, and that's what we try to do.
And Coach, what impresses me about your offense is the tempo you guys run. So I want to ask you about how the tempo was for you guys in spring, and also your baseball team's always competitive. Did you have a lot of your players still playing baseball during the spring?
We are, and that's our deal is we are a tempo-based offense. That's the way we're always going to be. It's just what we stand by, and our philosophy, and so that won't change. I mean, that's what we do. I think it also gives us a chance against some of these teams that are, very talented and big. And so as far as that goes, but our baseball program is phenomenal. Coach Hopkins does a great job year in and year out. And we did have one of our linebackers, Weston Ard, who's committed to UConn. He played on the baseball team. Ryan as well plays baseball. But, we just kind of worked around that, and we support our baseball program and guys to play multiple sports. And, that's what you want in a high school. And so, but yeah, those two guys miss a little bit of time, but not much.
Yeah, and Coach, I actually want to ask you about Weston. He committed to UConn about a month ago. We aren't going to miss him on the field. He's a big kid. What do you expect from him this season at the linebacker position? And has he always been at this position in linebacker, or have you guys worked him around?
No, he's always been a linebacker. Funny story, though, when he was a freshman, we didn't have really a true quarterback in that grade level. And so he played quarterback for us on our freshman team. And then his sophomore, junior seasons, he obviously played a good bit at linebacker. I mean, that's his spot. That's what he is. But he's a super athlete. He's versatile. He can do a lot of things. Obviously, we mentioned he played baseball, but he can do it. He'll play a little bit of tight end for us to provide some depth. But, he's a great kid. I love him. And it's special to me because he came in, this will be my fourth year. So he's been here all 4 years with me. And so, what a great kid.
Yeah, and Coach, going back to the offensive side of the ball, I want to talk about it. As Georgia mentioned, you're losing your starting quarterback. Now, one of the things you do return, one of the guys you have is Austin Stinson. He's an all-region running back. Talk to me now with this upcoming season, without your starting quarterback from last season, how big a role, maybe especially early on, will the new quarterback adjust? Will he play for you guys?
Yeah, well, kind of our philosophy offensively is we want to be able to run the football. I mean, that sets up everything we want to do. So that's always been the number one, is be able to establish the run. And I think in order to win a championship at any level, you got to be able to run the football. You never know what the weather is going to be, and things that you can't really control. But Austin Stinson is as talented as I've ever seen. He's got just breakaway speed. He's well put together. He's just a great kid, and he had a monster year last year. We look for him to have a great junior season. Obviously, he's getting all the love in the recruiting world, but he's earned all of it, and he deserves it.
Yeah, Coach, I know you mentioned this is going to be your fourth season. So this will be now all 4 years you've been with this senior class. So how much does this senior class really mean to you, and how much do you want to win maybe for the senior class or really just with the senior class?
Yeah, it's special. We'll have every year we do a senior dinner. And so we get a chance to kind of sit down, all the coaches and the seniors. And of course, we eat first, and then we give them an opportunity to speak, and then we speak. And it's a really special deal. And so I'm looking forward to that. We're going to do that next week. But yeah, it's a special class. They've won at every level. They won every game when they were freshmen. So they know what it takes. We got a lot of good leadership in this group. Our leadership council is made up of several of those guys. Obviously, we want to lean on them to lead us. And, obviously we got a lot of super talented guys too that are going to get the opportunity to play at the next level. So it's going to be bittersweet when it's their last game. We're going to try to keep this thing going as long as we can.
Well, Coach, I know you mentioned that dinner. I saw you also went to a water park with your team. Why is it so important to do stuff off the field as well going into the season?
Well, I mean, it's all about relationships. I mean, if you can build relationships and they know that you love them and you give them a program they can't live without, they'll run through a wall for you. So it's, yeah, we go to the water park. We don't have a whole lot going on in Warner Robins, but we do have a Rigby's. It's a big water park here, and I say big. It's not as big as some of the ones over there in Metro Atlanta, but yeah, it's just an opportunity for us to kind of, finish off the summer and reward them and have a little good time and not worry so much about X's and O's because it's all about just being able to execute. And so our philosophy is less is more. Just go out there and try to get better every day and have fun and build a brotherhood.
When we talked about the season coming up and how challenging it will be, to start off the season, you'll be performing at the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic. How big of an event is this to just kick off the season and to really challenge your guys?
It's going to be a huge challenge. Obviously, we're playing a tradition-rich Brookwood team that, I've got a whole lot of respect for. I'm actually from Gwinnett County, so I know everything about, the Brookwood deal and what they've been about with Dave Hunter. And then, through the years, Mark Cruz and all the guys they just got so much history and they're big and physical and they got some really good players. And so we've got a good challenge on our hands, but when we got the opportunity to play in the Corky Kell, it was a no-brainer for us to be able to give that our kids that experience, and then also just to let our community experience it as well. I mean, it's been huge, and so I can't thank IJ enough for giving us extending that invite for us.
And Coach, how big is this game just with a new quarterback coming in for your offense just to pick up where they left off?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see. I mean, the way the schedule works out, we can't even put pads on until next week, and then we'll have a scrimmage. We'll go against Crisp County, and then we'll have a little week in between, and so it comes at you fast, and you hope that you did all that you needed to do in preparation to that point, and we feel good about it. I mean, we feel good about our team. We got to stay healthy. Obviously, they probably have more depth than us with the size of the school that they have and the numbers, but we feel really good about it. We're excited. I can tell you that much.
And then real quick, Coach, you mentioned you're from Gwinnett. Just what does it mean, just first ever time Houston County playing Brookwood?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, last year we played Alpharetta. They were a good opponent, but Brookwood's on a different level. They've just got so much talent and so many resources and so many students to choose from. And so I don't even know what their number is, but I know it's up there in the state, at least in the top 5 enrollment wise. But yeah, it's kind of it's bittersweet. Obviously I'm from Decula. I went to Decula, played for Coach Maloof, and we were a smaller school back when I played AA and graduated in '98, and Brookwood and Parkview were king. So it's going to be a great challenge, but it's going to be a lot of fun. And Coach Nybert's going to do a great job. I think with having him, already being there and the carryover, that's going to help him some. And, it's going to present a great challenge for us right out of the gates. And I think that's what you want as a competitor.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Coach, and best of luck to you this season. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this short break. And Coach Edwards, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Hi, welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Days. We are going to be joined by Kell assistant coach. Coach, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Welcome in. How are you doing today?
I'm hot. Just ran out from outside, but I'm good.
All right. Well, I'm glad you can get inside and cool down a little bit. But we're going to talk a little bit about your team. So first, I want to start with some off-the-field stuff. So earlier this summer, you guys went to FCA UWG football camp. How important was this for your players to be a part of this organization and kind of learn some stuff off the field?
I always tell people, like, when they ask me about FCA camp, like, if you ever watched the movie Remember the Titans and they load up on a bus and go to Camp Away and become brothers and come back a better team, that's what FCA kind of does for us. It allows our kids to kind of grow, and I think it's the closest they become in the year is that those 3 days in Carrollton, and we learn a lot about each other. We learn a lot about the makeup of our team, the makeup of our leadership, and like some guys get to come out of their shell. We do a freshman talent show at FCA, so like our freshmen who never talk and are scared to death and nervous all the time have to come out of their shell a little bit and get embraced by the older guys. And I think it definitely transforms this team, and it's a good way for us to end our summer and kind of transition into that camp and those heat acclimation days and get ready to go play football.
All right, we got to talk a little more about the talent show. What freshman impressed you the most during the talent show?
I would say we have a freshman running back. He's a running back and a safety and a linebacker and a long snapper. And he made sure to say all those things when he introduced himself. Fraser Sperlin, he sang Miley Cyrus Party in the USA, and it was a hit. He put the shades on. Everybody put their phones out, and they picked them up in the air. It was crazy.
I wish I could have seen that.
Yeah, we had a freshman receiver, Hezekiah Gregory. He sang Keisha Cole, and that was a big hit too. So.
That's awesome. Well, talking about some of your older players, it's been a busy offseason filled with a lot of commits for your high school. So when you have players going through this recruitment process, what's something that you really hope that they remember and take to heart as they navigate it?
We try to tell them, like, you only really get recruited once, and it's one of the few times in football where it's okay to be selfish. Like we tell them, we preach, about team over me and all these things, and working to get 1% better every day, and then they go on trips and they're wined and dined and eat fine foods and taken in black cars and shuttled places, and they're treated like kings. So it's the one time they get to experience, in football, in a football setting, like, hey, it's okay for it to kind of be about you and be selfish. So to cherish that moment. You only get it once, but also don't let it change your work, and don't let it change, don't let what you've gained change what it took to get to that point. So, and I think our team and our seniors have done a great job. Our guys who've committed this offseason, of understanding that like the recruiting process is fun, and now that it's over, like they're all like-minded and headed in one direction. That's to try to win a state championship, and they work every day like that.
Absolutely. And Coach, this summer you guys were busy with the 7-on-7s. You guys got a lot of victories, the Kirby Smart one, the Corky Kell at Georgia Tech, I think a Georgia State one also. What did you see just after that first tournament victory, them using that, keeping that confidence going and building momentum throughout the summer?
Yeah, we talk about 7-on-7 is, obviously it's not pads, it's not run game, and it's not, lining up to formations all the time. But what it does instill, I think, is definitely confidence in our skill guys. 7-on-7 is difficult in my opinion because it's a pass play every play. So our DBs have to cover every play. Your receivers have to run routes every play. That there are no, I'm going to block this guy, or it's a run play away from me, and I might, not give 110% effort. Like somebody's running a route at you, or you're running a route every snap of 7-on-7, and we did three in a row in 1 week. So I think it showed the resilience of our kids. It showed a lot of the leadership started to come out then, because kids are tired and it's easy to fold tent, especially in a situation where like victories are nice, but obviously that's not a playoff game. That's not a football game that's going to matter at the end of the day. But our kids, they embrace the idea of competing and going hard and overcoming adversity. I mean, a lot of people don't know the first 2 7-on-7s of that week, we didn't have Coach May because he was having a baby. So like they didn't have the head man here to kind of lead them and point them in the right direction, and to still do really good things. I think is a testament to our leadership and our kids and how we've grown as a program.
And there's no doubt Mooney Gibson was an X factor last season, a difference maker in a lot of games. You guys have a ton of skill players, but I feel like the last few years maybe depth was an issue at the offensive line throughout the season. How is that group looking right now?
Up front, we're still growing, and we're still obviously trying to get better every day. But I think this is the most senior leadership we've had up front since we've been here at Kell. Those guys are hungry. They push each other every day. We have a lot of guys who've played a lot of snaps for us going into this season, which I think is another change for us. We're not ushering in a bunch of new guys on up front. I think there's really only one guy that's really a new guy. There's another kid that moved in, but like he started at his old school, so he's played varsity football in the state of Georgia. He knows what that looks like. So again, that group together, I think, can do a lot of really good things. And I think the depth pieces, I think we have 7 kids who could really go and play for us and play meaningful snaps this year versus 4 in a possible, or 5 kids, and we're a nicked ankle or a nicked wrist away from scrambling like we've been in years past.
And Coach, I just wanted to ask you, how challenging was the transition to Class 4A last season?
I think, our region is really, really competitive. Obviously Cambridge and Coach Jones, he does a great job over there with those guys. They have a lot of really good players. Coach Dudley is a legend in this state, so you have to respect what they're doing at Blessed Trinity, and they're competitive all the time. 4A definitely provides some challenges. There's some really, really good teams in this classification. Obviously, we got knocked out of playoffs last year by Creekside, who ended up, going pretty far and doing some really good things. So, there's challenges all the time. I tell everybody, 6A, we know what that is, and we know that's a juggernaut. But I think, as far as depth from top to bottom and parity, as far as, who could come out at the top of this thing, 4A is probably the deepest class in our state.
And then tell me about how this defense is, obviously involving Braden Rouse, who committed to Tennessee. How amazing is this defense with the depth?
So I'm our co-offensive coordinator, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate playing our defense every day in practice. They make our life very, very difficult. They're very fast. Obviously, most people know Braden, and Bray is the headliner, and Bray does a great job, I think, of leading that group. I think the part that I think gets missed upon a lot of people is for Bray. obviously, you don't want to compare a kid to Travis Hunter. Like, he's generational, but like Bray plays 110 to 120 snaps a game for us. Like, he doesn't really come off the field, and he plays positions where he runs a lot. Like, he's our starting X receiver as a 210-pound inside linebacker, and plays linebacker, and plays safety, and plays edge, and he's our long snapper. Like, he does so many things for us and never complains. When he's tired, you have to force him to get rests in practice. He does such a great job. But I say all that to say, like, our defense as a collective, I think the one thing that's different than it's been in years past, like, obviously teams become a brotherhood and they love each other, but like, this defense loves each other, like, would fight for each other, would scrap, would claw for each other. So I think when you combine that with the talent they have, and like I talked about earlier, just a group of kids that are all going in the same direction, that are like-minded with like-minded goals. If you look at our secondary, everybody in our secondary is committed to a Division I school except for one kid who is probably going to make a decision here in the next couple of months. Both of our inside backer, all three of our backers are committed to Division I schools. Up front, we have all these kids. So, like, I'm not saying that the totality, I'm saying that, like, all these kids could honestly be about me. Scholarships, offers, that. But they took care of their business. They committed in the summer. And now, like, they're all focused on being the most dominant defense in the state, winning a state championship. They play fast. They play angry. The DBs play with great technique. They're hard to beat. Like, they play with the fire that you want to see and the passion that you want to see. Like, it's really fun to watch them work their craft every day. But obviously, as an offensive coach, it's frustrating, but it makes us better. It's iron sharpens iron. I mean, we get our plays off too, and I let our defensive coordinator know that when we make big plays, sometimes they involve Bray, and he likes to remind me he's a defensive player. But, like, it makes our team better the way our defense can fly around and get after each other.
Well, and last quick question, Coach. Both sides of the ball are going to have a big test to start out the season at the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic. What are you hoping to see from both sides of the ball, here in a couple weeks?
I think it's always a challenge, a unique challenge to be the second game in the country because, a lot of other teams, everybody's starting acclimation at the same time as us, but we get a little less time to, get in the pads and get ourselves mentally sharp and ready to play an opponent. We scrimmage on Friday the 1st, and school doesn't even start in Cobb County until Monday the 4th. So we're actually playing a fall scrimmage before our kids have put on a backpack and go into class. So I think that obviously provides a unique challenge, but I would like our kids to obviously to again show that fire and that passion that we talk about. We know it's early in the year, so we're not going to be perfect, but to play with effort and play with connection. I talk about that in my position group all the time, 1 + 1 = 3, like doing more together and understanding that, like, go tap a hat, go celebrate with your brother, go love each other and know that, high school football is fleeting. It goes away for everybody at some point, and football altogether goes away for everybody at some point, some people sooner than others. So cherish the moments and be together and play hard. And I think if we play hard, we always put ourselves in a position to be successful and get the outcome we want.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. Good luck to your team in the Classic and for the rest of the season. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, and we'll be back after this short break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
Welcome back into Georgia High School Football Media Days. I'm Georgia Chambers, accompanied by a lot of talent here today, Craig and Will. You know, we've already had two head coaches join us here today, and you can already feel this excitement of the season just weeks away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both those last two teams are going to be in the top 10. What's really interesting to me about Kell is you see the skill positions, they're absolutely loaded, but it's what Coach just said. Their offensive line, that's been, in my opinion, the weakness of Kell, just the depth. And as you said, you lose one starter for even a half if he's nursing an ankle or a knee. That really puts a hole. It throws off the offense. This is an offense that's put up about 40 points a game consistently. If they have that offensive line healthy this year, they're going to be really hard to stop, and that will allow them to control the pace of the game, and that might be the difference when you're playing a team like Cambridge or BT that likes to do the exact same thing. If they can control the ball, play keep away, and then let that defense pin their ears back, that's the formula that I think can put Kell deep in the playoffs.
I agree, Craig. Well, we have another coach joining us here today, head coach of Thurl, Broderick Jameson. How are you doing today, Coach?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing well. How y'all doing today?
We're doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll get right into it. So I saw that your team has competed in a lot of different 7v7 competitions this summer. How important are participating in those events just to gear up your team for this upcoming season?
It's very important, to get that chemistry with the quarterback and the receivers, and the DBs, so they understand, playing together, because we have a new group of guys. This year, we had quite a few guys graduate. So just having them guys work together, learn each other, go through the falls and go through the good times, so they'll be able to trust each other, the guy next to them. So, it's been great for us this year.
Well, and especially to have two right down the road from you at Georgia Tech and at Georgia State. How important is it to have the support of Brent Key and Dell McGee for players on your team?
Oh, it's very important. I like the fact that, that both schools come to, the Metro Atlanta area to recruit guys. It's very, exciting to see them guys. They always been very welcome for us to come to their campus, to see campus, to bring guys to the games and to practices and things like that. So it's very beneficial, when you have two big programs like that in your back door, and for guys to get that, that college experience, that college, that game experience, and allow them to see college practices so they know and be prepared for when they get to that level.
And Coach, covering high school football, I've noticed that a lot of these teams, they'll be super experienced one year, then they're going to be really young, but then the next year they're going to be experienced again. I feel like in 2023, you guys had a ton of experience. Last year, you're a young team. Do you feel like this is a year where you guys have similar experience to 2023?
I'll say so, yes. I'll say so because, like I say, we had some, good experience, and then we don't have, be a younger team. So I would say that one thing last year, I had a lot of my upper class, my seniors that was hurt last year. And so some of my younger guys had to step in and get that game experience right then, you know. And so now it's their turn. So at first, you know, they was like, you know, well, it's my turn now. And we're like, yeah, hey, you the guy now, you know. So going back to the 7-on-7s and the camps this summer, it's been helping, you know, with them, you know, to get comfortable knowing that, you know, they the guy, you know, this year. So I'm expecting a lot of great things from this team this year for sure.
Yeah, and Coach, the schedule doesn't get any easier this year. You replace Hebron Christian with Cedar Grove. What are you looking forward to in that matchup? I believe it's the first time you guys have ever played as schools.
I'm looking for, you know, a good matchup. You know, they always have been a good program. They have a good coach over there. You know, he was at the college level, collegiate level, you know, at Morehouse. Now he's at the high school level. So I know him very well, Coach Freeman, and he's a good coach. So I know he's going to have them guys ready to go, amped up. And I know them guys going to be ready to play, to try to redeem themselves, you know, to get their name back out there like they had it in the past.
And Coach, what are you aiming to do this season to revamp your offense after you guys after you had 90 points last season, which was your fewest points scored since 2013? What are you looking to do to revamp your offense this year?
Get back to running the football. You know, we have some great backs this year. Looking to get them guys many touches this year inside in the offense. So that's one of the main things that we're looking to doing this year. Trying to extend the game, extend some drives. We've been very big on third downs. You know, we get to that third down, the money down, we gotta, you know, convert. You know, try to extend some drives this year and get the ball in the end zone more.
And then, how difficult was it transitioning to a different region last year in Region 5 of Class 2A?
I won't say it was that difficult. You know, our guys were prepared for it. We were just unfortunate last year to have an injury bug hit us last year. But a lot of those teams we are playing, you know, they were higher classifications last year or the years prior to. There was higher classifications. So just having, you know, them come down, you know, they already had a different mindset, you know, than some of our guys. So they had to adjust a little bit. But once they got the hang of it, then, you know, we was okay. We always welcome the challenge.
And Coach, how much are you looking forward to this game against Cedar Grove in the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic?
I'm looking forward a lot. You know, like I said, our guys have been working hard this summer. They've been, you know, grinding, weight room, you know, film, workouts, camps, you know, so they've been doing a lot of things, you know, this summer to try to prepare themselves to be ready for this game, you know, and the guys, you know, they already know what it is, you know, you got a game on TV, so, you know, they're going to be very prepared, very hyped up, so we're just trying to make sure we get them prepared as coaches to be ready to play in this game. So I'm excited to see, you know, how our guys do this year, though.
Well, Coach,
definitely.
We look forward to watching you guys this season, especially in the Classic, and good luck to your team this season.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that's going to wrap up this interview with Therrell. Next up here on day 2 of the Georgia High School Football Media Day, we will have Hebron Christian on after the break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Welcome back into the Georgia High School Football Media Day. We have a very special guest coming up next. Joining us is the Hebron Christian head coach, Kenny Dallas. Kenny, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. I apologize ahead of time. I'm in a rental car outside of Detroit, driving to, I'm not exactly sure where. My son is getting married. One of my sons, I've got 5 boys and a little girl, but one of my sons is getting married up here. And so just got off a plane, got in a rental car, and driving.
Well, Coach, I think you might have to be one of the most dedicated coaches because you're joining us from a car. So thank you so much for joining, and congrats to your son on getting married.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's a Georgia boy down here marrying a little Michigan State softball player. And so actually this is my son, David. He's my 4th son to get married. And actually he just in the last couple of days accepted a position back at Georgia Southern. So after he gets married, they're going to go on a honeymoon, and then he's going to head down and be the assistant tight ends coach down there at Georgia Southern.
Well, I am so excited for you and your family, but okay, we got to talk some football. So you're transitioning into the Lions' first-year head coach. How has this transition been for you so far, and how has the community accepted you?
Yeah, super. I mean, the big challenge. Anytime you make change of location, there's just new challenges, new positives, new negatives, new all that stuff. And so, coming to Hebron, the big challenge for me was going to be the first time in my career taking over a program that was winning. When you take over a losing program, everybody's ready to change everything. When you take over a winning program, not so much. So it's been a great challenge. But the guy that was before me, the head coach Jonathan Guest, was a really good friend of mine, and so obviously he's been a great advocate and a tremendous help.
And so far, what's impressed you the most with your young boys?
Oh my goodness, our offensive line, and just to give him credit, Jonathan Guest, before me, he's a great offensive line coach. But maybe we return Fletcher Turk, at right tackle, Elijah Morrison, and Morgan Jordan. Three of those dudes across that offensive line, and they are big and athletic and strong and great young men on top of that, which is part of what we care about at Hebron. I've been in private Christian schools my entire career, and part of it is we believe in not just coaching football, but we want to challenge boys to become godly men, and believe as much as they can produce on the field, we want them to become great daddies and husbands and leaders in their community.
And then, Coach, obviously winning their first state title was just a great accomplishment for the program. You take over now. What's just the message heading into the season? I think we lost the connection. Do we have Coach back?
I think we might, that.
Yeah,
he's here. He's here.
I hear you now.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, what's the message for the team that they're rallying behind just after achieving the ultimate goal last season, and just what they want to accomplish this year?
We might be having some technical difficulties. Hey, he's in a car. There's a lot of places in Georgia you'll lose service. So I know up there, we got you back.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was delivering the message, and I think I went out. But the messages every year is a completely different. You clean slate. last year has nothing to do with this year, other than you've got a big circle around you as a former state champion, and so to have a championship program. I've been fortunate to coach in 7 state championship games, and you have to be humble and hungry. You got to stay healthy, and so
We might have lost Kenny. We're gonna see if we can get Kenny back, but while we try to work on that, guys, he was talking. Oh, every time. Okay, Kenny is back. Can you hear us, Kenny? Okay, we might not have Kenny. Okay. Okay, so, okay, wait. Okay, third time's a charm. Kenny, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we were.
I can. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear now. So I think third time's the charm. We're going to keep going. You kind of cut out at the end if you want to finish any of your thoughts. You were talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully what you heard me was just the idea is that, every year is its own year, and I've been fortunate to coach in 7 state championships. And I know that in every one of those years, you got to kind of stay 3 things. You got to be humble, and you got to stay hungry, and you got to stay healthy. And so that's what we're trying to do.
And Coach, I wanted to talk to you. You have 2 really good skill position players, and I got to see the video of you getting to tell them, both Devin Caldwell and Jarvis Mathern, that they got that off from Georgia Southern. Just talk about those guys. Talk about that entire process of getting to tell them that they got these offers and they get to play at the next level.
Yeah, pretty special. I mean, both of those guys are unbelievably special players. Jarvis was really fun, though. When I came in, had no offers at all, and a couple of those guys were in that situation. And so, man, as a high school coach, it's fun to try to help boys, get those opportunities. And reached out to a handful of men that I really respect and knew would take a look at him. And at Georgia Southern, jumped on Jarvis pretty fast, and he's electric, and man, he is fun to watch, and he's got to touch that ball, 10, 12, 15 times a game. And Devon Caldwell is he's special, unbelievably intelligent, unbelievably disciplined young man. And man, he's a guy, he's just pretty.
All right, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Coach Gates, but we appreciate him joining us on here today. He has a wedding to go to, so he has a busy day ahead. But something that he wasn't able to touch on, but they have the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic coming up, as are the other teams that we talked to so far today. So it'll be a really good test for him coming in as a first-year head coach with the Lions to really see what this team has to offer.
Yeah, for me, it reminds me of the Prince Avenue West Forsyth matchup last year, where you have a private school, smaller classification, going up against a 6A. I think that makes it very intriguing. There's no doubt that Hebron has a ton of talent returning. He talked about Devin Caldwell. I actually sat behind his mom at the Corky Kell last year. He had 3 touchdowns in the first quarter. He's a touchdown machine. They have so much depth in the backfield, and obviously Coach Dallas was talking about the O-line. That's going to be the key going up against a bigger team like North Atlanta.
Well, I think when you also look at this team, it's how do you replace all those guys in that front 7. They had some really good guys. They have a really good young guy in Fred Moses, but you lose 2, 3, 4-star guys to college graduation. You're going to have some struggles early on. It's going to be interesting to see how they play against a really good North Atlanta team that's coming off a 6A region title.
And then, Hayden, real quick, just what do you think about the hire, the fact that Coach Dallas has that history with Coach Guess, obviously coaching with him, going up against him all these years, him coming into a program that just won a state title, but bringing continuity, but also just that energy?
I mean, when you look at it, how many times do you get to come off a state championship, your coach leaves? How many times do you get to hire a guy with state championship experience? This is a guy that built Landmark Christian to a really good program. I think brought them to a quarter semifinals appearance, and then took Trinity Christian from a brand new school in the GIAA to a GHSA private state title, beating the power of the private classification at the time,
Prince
Avenue.
Yep.
Well, we had a great conversation, and coming up, we'll have another great program joining us. Cass head coach Stephen Gates will be on. So we still have a lot of great schools to get to, and I think they're also competing in the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic. So much to look forward to. Please stick it with us, and we'll be back after the short break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you worked with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Days. We have a very special guest joining us now from Cass High School, head coach Stephen Gates. Coach Gates, how you doing today? Whoa, you look great.
Thanks. I didn't put two and two together with this interview and today being a war day for us on the practice field and in the weight room. So this is what you get.
Well, how was practice? Did you guys go to war? Did you win the war?
Yeah, we had a great week of practice this week and incredible 4 days in the weight room. So we like to amp it up a little bit and let the kids have some fun, and obviously us coaches have fun with it as well. And you know, we practice first and then lift, and we just finished up, and it was a great week, and we got to go tomorrow too to get the acclimation in.
Well, having fun while you're working hard, what's really stood out about your group of guys so far this summer?
Probably just that, just the way they're working. We've I don't want to say we've weeded out over the years, but we've just the expectations here the last 5 years have just gradually taken toll and taken time to where, you know, I have very few discipline issues. You know, I learned early on that I don't want to spend 80% of my time dealing with discipline issues and only 20% of my time dealing with the rest of the team. So we have very few discipline issues. Therefore, the work ethic and the effort from the kids is at an all-time high here at Cass, and that's what's special about this group is, you know, it's one of those cliches, but as a staff, we could not show up one day, and we got about 5 or 6 guys out there that could run practice as far as players, and they would just run practice how it was supposed to be. So it's a senior-led team. This 26 class is very talented. They've been through a lot. They've made the playoffs all 4 years or 3 years leading up to this coming year. So it's a good group of kids.
Well, and one of those leaders, Brody McWhorter, is back after sustaining a season injury last season. How does it feel to have him healthy and leading your group of guys again?
Yeah, incredible. He's just as good a kid off the field as he is on the field. And it, what people don't understand, last year when we lost him week 4 or 5, whichever it was, is we lost our quarterback. But then I had to take at the time, the state's leading receiver was our slot, Elijah Slocum. He had to go to quarterback. So not only did we lose our quarterback, we lost our best receiver and one of the top receivers in the state, yardage-wise. So to get those two back, as they were juniors last year, seniors back in their original positions with Brody at quarterback and Elijah at slot is it's fun. They got a great connection, and I look forward to seeing them do some big things this year.
And Coach, when I talked to you last month, you were talking about how much confidence you gained with the running back situation. You got Jerome Sanders and Khalil Charles, a two-headed attack back there. Let's talk about how excited you are for just the backfield this year.
Yeah, Jerome's a senior, a rising senior. He's kind of one of those guys that's kind of waited in the wings and waited his time and worked hard. He would come in during our gold time, which is kind of a study hall time. He'd come in and get extra lifts in this past season. So he knew that it was his time, and he's had a great offseason, a great spring practice, a great summer so far. And then there's this Khalil Charles kid, guys. He's just a rising sophomore. He's probably, I wouldn't give him 6 foot yet, but he's 5'11 plus, probably 190 to 200 pounds. He's just going to be a sophomore, and he is going to be special. I've coached some pretty good running backs in my day, and this guy is going to be elite. Work ethic is crazy, and we just got to get him a little crease. Either one of them a little crease. It's funny. I'll tell you a quick story. One of my coaches said it's kind of like thunder and lightning because Jerome seems to be faster than Khalil. And it was like, who are you calling thunder and lightning? Because Jerome is smaller than Khalil. And I said, I bet you that Khalil is faster than Jerome. They're like, no way, coach. So we raced him. We put it up and raced him. And Khalil is faster than Jerome. So the one they were calling thunder is actually faster than the senior Jerome, who is pretty fast too. So we're excited about our run game.
Absolutely. So the depth is there. And you also feel like you have some of the big name prospects in this 2026 class, but out of this talented group, this is also probably the most depth you've had this year at Cass. So talk about just the process through the years as a coaching staff developing the depth.
Long term was, keeping kids here at Cass and making them want to be a part of our program, and that's what we got. So, before I came here 5 years ago, it would just be an influx of kids transferring to various schools around the Northwest Georgia area, and we've just done our staff, administration, and school, and the climate and having fun like today, like we're saying, is keeping the kids here, and they want to be a part of this. I want kids that want to be at Cass. And in today's world of this high school transferring BS, I don't even, that doesn't affect me. I'm coaching football here at Cass, and I think that's what's kept kids here and wanting to be a part of this, which has ultimately created the depth. And our sophomore class is got some very talented players in it, and we're looking forward to it. This is the most depth we've had, where we could run. In other words, there's a couple key positions on any football team if you lose a player with injury. But overall, if we, drop a linebacker, we're just going to stick somebody else in there. And that's what some of these other teams that have given us trouble in the past have always been able to do because they've had depth. So hopefully it works out for us.
And Coach, looking at your schedule now, you added
4 and didn't make the playoffs. That's not what Steve Gates is about. I'm about challenging these kids early. So when it was my turn to create the new schedules, I play the best teams we can play. And somebody told me the other day that the last 4 years, 8 of our 10 teams on our schedule made the playoffs the previous year. So if we go 6-4 and 7-3 and make the playoffs, and our kids are challenged, then that's the goal has been achieved. And we've proven that with data of now, I guess 2 years ago, 3 years ago, however you want to look at it. Going to beat number 1 seed Jefferson at their place, and then last year 2 years ago going to beat number 1 Kell at their place. So our kids are battle tested. North Cobb, give me a break. I mean, good Lord, they are absolutely loaded every single year. People would say we have no business playing them, but our kids want to play them. We go line up across North Cobb, and then we go line up against a 4A team. It's different. it's different. So the heavier schedule we can get in non-region to get us ready for our region teams, the Hirams and the Daltons and the Cartersvilles, those teams that are always good. I will play anybody, anywhere in those first non-region games.
Yes, sir. And Coach, one of my favorite stories learning about as of late is learning about Bear McWhorter's Brother Bear Foundation. Could you just speak a little more on that?
He's different, guys. He's just different. This started, I want to say 2 years ago now, maybe 2.5 years ago. He's got his family has adopted children before, and it's something that he put together himself, obviously with the help of his parents. But this is great. It's a foundation where it's nonprofit where they get donations and help other families adopt children. And the kid is, I think, maybe now 18, but this started when he was 16 years old. He started this foundation, and he's going to play at Michigan, and who knows the depth and the how far this will expand once he gets more into adulthood and playing at the Power 4 level at a program like Michigan, and then on to the next level in the NFL, which is his goal. This Brother Bear Foundation will be known nationwide. I'm calling it right now. In 5 years from now, it'll be a nationwide known foundation that will help families adopt children.
That's awesome, Coach. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for what you do for high school football.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Go Colonels.
Well, that'll do it for us with Coach Gates from Cass. We'll be back with Coach John Rick from Prince Ave after the break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Hi, welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Days. We'll be joined shortly by Prince head coach John Richt, and this will be his first year as head coach at Prince, but he's been there before. He was a former quarterback at Prince Avenue, so really full circle moment for John Richt.
Yeah, he's been there for the growth of this program. They've turned into just such a juggernaut, obviously, and what's impressed me about them, I guess the last several seasons, they've never had a season where they've taken a step back offensively. They're one of the few schools I've seen where they have 3 receivers that all have 1,000 yards. They'll graduate them, they'll all go off to college, then they're replacing them with freshmen, sophomores. So they just have this ability to pick up right where they left off. I feel like offensively, that was the biggest strength. Defensively, though, that's been the difference for them getting to the state titles and winning it. I feel like they're going to replace a lot of pieces, and Callaway will obviously be a big test.
And we're actually joined by Coach Richt now. Hey, Coach, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you guys?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining us. And it's a full circle moment for you. You were quarterback at Prince, and now you're back as the head coach. How's this transition home been for you so far?
It's been great. It's been a fun time to come back and be here the past couple of years with Coach Vandegrift, and now getting the opportunity to take the reins as the head guy. And it's been really good. The community here is awesome. The support is awesome. So we're looking forward to having another great year.
And as a former quarterback, what's impressed you so far with quarterback Ben Musser?
Yeah, so last year, Ben, that was his first year really getting out there and running a spread type of system. So with him coming in and learning that all last year, getting a lot of good reps, this summer he's really taken the next step. So we're going to be able to do a lot more things with him on the perimeter in the pass game, but also in the run game with the checks and the different things that he can get us into the right place. So he's taking that next step of being a really good athlete, really good player. Now he's becoming a little bit more of a field general out there for us and really becoming a leader.
And then, Coach, one of the things that I've noticed about Prince Ave watching you guys, especially last year in the Corky Kell, was how conditioned you guys were in that second half. You guys are playing a bigger school with West Forsyth, and then you guys just had enough fuel in the tank to close the game. How do you guys just prepare yourselves knowing that you're going to be playing, I think, the first game in the entire country this year, just to go out there and be well-conditioned mid-season form?
Yeah, well, we practice fast, we play fast. The big thing is allowing our guys to not only be able to understand that they've got to function when they feel good, but they've got to function when they're tired, right? We want that to be a competitive advantage for us. So the way that we go about our business, just in our daily practices, we're going full speed, we're going fast, we're pushing the tempo, we're trying to create as game-like of a scenario as we can, and really to where, I mean, like the old school players and the old school coaches of the past, you want to practice so hard that the games feel easy. And that's our mindset. And that's how we try to go about business on the day to day so that we're prepared for those bigger teams that might have a little bit more depth than us and be able to play the full game with them.
And then, Coach, I'm curious just about defensively, how much starter talent did you guys have to replace, and what's the defense looking like?
Yeah, we had to replace a lot of good players. Basically, both of our Mike and Will, the guys that played in the box, both those guys are gone. You lose Christian Garrett on the front line. We lost a few other seniors, key players on the D line. So we're having to replace a lot in that front seven. But we got a lot of guys who played a lot last year. They might not have been starters, but now they're getting their opportunities as juniors and seniors. But they're seasoned vets. They've done a lot for us, both offensively and defensively, and they're going to have to step up and play those roles. But we're excited. They've had a great offseason. Coach Doan, our new defensive coordinator, has come in and done a really good job getting those guys on the same page. So we're going to be excited to see those guys get after it.
For sure. And, Coach, it's hard to talk about your offense without talking about Jerry Beard and how he's one of the most versatile running backs in the state. What would you say he really brings to your offense?
Well, he makes life a lot easier as a football coach. I can tell you that. He's a special player, special human being off the field too, and just his ability to see things and be able to make cuts and then get through the hole and then step on the gas and go really is special. It's elite in a lot of different ways, and so we're looking to continue to use him in a lot of different ways that we might have done in the past, but also get him involved in a few more aspects of the offense this year.
Yeah, and then talk about the addition of Isaac Cope to your team as well, and what does he really bring to your roster as well?
Coach, he brings a big physical secondary kid that can play coverage. He can go run with anybody, but he can come downhill and strike you. He's been a great addition, not only to the field but to our locker room. The kids really love him. So he's been an awesome young man to bring into our program and really see what level he's able to take his game to personally, but also raise the level of our secondary and our defense. But that gives us two juniors back there at safety with him and Judd Shoemaker, and we're excited to see both those guys make a lot of plays.
And Coach, going back to your transition to head coach, why was it so important for you? For one of the first things that you did becoming head coach was to host a youth camp for the community.
Yeah, well, I mean, at our school, we don't have a lot of kids in our school, period. So we got to get as many young kids loving football as we can, but we also want our kids to be able to see that, be able to pour back into them. And the fun part about our school is it is small enough to where those kids that are young, they might be going to youth camp, but they're going to be walking the same hallways as our kids, right? So when our kids see them at camp, they get them, they work with them, they play with them, they're in the games, they're playing all-time quarterback at the games at the end. And so now when they walk the hallways, they're like, hey, that's my guy. That's my, they're grabbing their little buddies and high-fiving them. And those kids it builds the camaraderie. It builds basically the overall school community, and it just makes it a lot of fun for not only for us and our kids, but for the lower school kids as well to come out there and practice with our guys.
And with it being a smaller community, a lot of these guys have played together since they were young kids. What advantage do you feel like this gives them once they reach the high school level and are competing for you?
Yeah, it's nice to build that continuity within a program. It really is. It allows us to start working with our kids. We got a third and fourth grade team, a fifth and sixth grade team, and then our middle school team, right? So from third and fourth grade, they're starting to do the things that we do. They practice in some of the ways that we practice. They line up in some of the ways we line up. So as they get older, it's less and less of a stress on the kid to know what to do. They're able to go play fast and really be effective. And that's why you see a lot of young kids able to make a splash early in our program, is because they've been doing this stuff. They've been working through that stuff. And now they're just taking that thing that they've learned so far. And every year the bar gets raised, the elements get a little bit smaller, the details become a little bit more important. And, it just allows those kids to play faster.
Well, and Coach, your players will be competing on a big stage at the Corky Kelton Dave Hunter Classic. Well, what are you looking forward to most with this competition coming up?
Well, I mean, it's just going to be fun to get out there with these guys. It's going to be 4:30 on turf. It's going to be hot. We're playing a great team in Callaway. But just going out there with these kids, they've worked so hard over the summer through spring ball, since January, lifting weights and running and preparing their bodies to go out and do battle together. So it's going to be an honor for me just to walk out there with them and be a part of that group, be a part of that team, and let them go compete, let them go have fun. That's the time in which all this hard work is going to come to fruition. And so we're going to be excited to get out there and get after it and do our best to play a good game and play football the way we play.
Well, thanks so much, Coach, for joining us, and good luck to your season.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And coming up, we'll have another coach joining us, so don't go too far. We'll be right back after the break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you You worked with your hands, you did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet, you know. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. We will be joined by South Paulding coming up in a moment. You guys, I saw South Paulding yesterday. The thing that stood out to me, they have a ton of size on this team. Looks like they have a lot of seniors, but up front, they're going to be massive on the offensive line. They've got some 6'6", 320 guys. I think they probably average about 6'4", 300 plus on the offensive line. And then you have that quarterback, Cade Wigginton. And when we talk to all the offensive linemen, what's their number one goal this year? Protecting Cade. So this is a group that wants to protect their quarterback, give them the time. I think that's going to be the key for the offense this year. You have an experienced passer, a lot of size up front. Could be a challenge for opposing defenses.
Yeah, and you said it yourself with their offensive line, with Tyler Chakeem and Jay Sanker as well. I mean, these guys want to protect Cade, and they've been playing in these games. They're seniors now, been playing in big games throughout their entire career, and they'll be ready to show it their senior season.
Absolutely. And then some other interesting piece, you had Kenyon Carter. He's a guy that's going to be playing two ways for them this season. Listed as an athlete, he's still only a junior, but you're going to see him in the secondary, roaming around, making plays on the defense, then coming in offensively to provide a spark. So anytime I see teams with enough depth to utilize those athletes on both sides of the ball, that's been very successful. We saw Mill Creek obviously do it with, gosh, why am I drawing a blank right now? I can't think of his name. We see Travis Hunter do it. I'll think of it in a second. But
Downs.
Yeah, Caleb Downs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Caleb Downs, Travis Hunter. I feel like that's what great teams are able to do. Take their big star playmakers and draw up plays that can get them involved on both sides of the ball.
For sure, and one of the things I'll be looking for this season with South Paulding is getting Cade Whittingham comfortable behind there. I mean, we've seen him back there. He was looked a little confused last year in their game against Dunwoody in our Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic, but we're happy to have them back this season. Playing against Kell will be a tough task.
Yep, and then I think the other interesting thing we'll talk about with this offensive line that's so talented and experienced, who's going to be in the backfield. They have a couple guys, but these aren't necessarily players that have had to shoulder the entire load like they will have to this season. They're going up against this Kell team that we talked to their coach just a little bit ago. Very confident in their defense, how well they play together. It's going to be tough, but I feel like if Cade is poised back in the pocket, just runs the system, moves the ball down, I feel like they can have success.
And we're actually joined by head coach Maurice Allen. Hi, Coach. How you doing?
Hey, how are you guys? I'm blessed.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to take a second to talk about last summer you had the chance to join the New York Jets with an internship. What did you really learn there that helped you when you came back and helped what you passed on to your team?
Yeah, 100%. It was an amazing experience. I was blessed with that opportunity to go up there and spend a month with them and coach their running backs and learn from Coach Tony Dews and their coaching staff. And It was amazing just to kind of be immersed in the system, learn all the intricacies and their pass protections and their run game and how they coach things and how they prepare mentally and be able to sit in and install meetings and staff meetings. And I kind of just took some of the things and how they practice, how they approach practice, and how they drill some things, and take that back to my guys. And I spent a lot of time with our running backs, and I got to bring some back to our running back last year, and some things that translated well for us. You know, he was a 1,000-yard rusher, and he said some of the stuff that I brought back really helped him.
And I saw back in May you hosted your 3rd annual lock-in. What's something that really stood out to you about this, and what's something you hope your guys took away from this time?
Yeah, the lock-in is a great experience for us because we get to get all our kids together. We come, we stay the night at the school. We have a bunch of activities. We play video games. Good time to spend with our athletes and with our coaching staff, and really just lock in and bond. And then we do a community event the next day. We do a inter-squad scrimmage. We invite all the parents up. They bring donations. And that's their entry to the game, and we kind of just get after it and have fun. And I think it was really a big initiative for our coaching staff and our kids to get closer as a program. And those events like that and that lock-in, they help us with that.
And then, Coach, in your eyes, have you kind of looked at this offensive line and found out what they average in terms of height and weight? It looks like they've got to be about 6'4", 300 plus.
Yeah, we're pushing it. They're all 6'3" and above, and they're all 285 pounds and above. So it helps us out, and I think they're going to be a staple for us this year.
And then obviously protecting Cade's going to be huge for this group. We talked to him yesterday. He said that's the primary mission. How do you feel just about their ability to handle the pressure with defenses knowing that they're going to have to get to Cade to disrupt the timing?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's going to be everybody's game plan. And I think, like I said yesterday, me turning over the offense, I hired an offensive coordinator that's got 19, 20 years of experience. It's been a head coach, an offensive coordinator, and an athletic director. And then I brought in a offensive line coach, BJ Locke, who's got 15 years of experience and a state championship. So I'm really putting it on those guys' shoulders to make sure that our kids are prepared, that they're locked in, they're engaged, they understand the game plan, and they're keeping the quarterback upright, because at the end of the day, we can run the ball, we can control the clock. I feel we can compete with anybody this year.
And Coach, looking at your schedule right now, opening up the season with Kell and the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic, what really jumps off the page about them?
Yeah, Coach May is a friend of mine. They've got a great program over there. They're star-studded talent. They got a lot of skilled players that can play. I know they're going to be coached well. They do some good things on offense, and defensively, they got some players that can disrupt and make some things challenging. They're long and athletic. They got some guys, and I think it's going to be a great, like I said yesterday, going to be a great measuring stick for us to line up against a really good opponent in one of the first 2 games in the country, and really set our tone. I think we've got a good shot. I think we can compete.
Yes, sir. And then talking about your quarterback, Cade Wigginton, where do you think he's progressed most throughout this offseason?
Yeah. Great question. I think one thing that our quarterback, or one thing that Cade's done really well, is we've embraced him. He's embraced it, and we've challenged him to really be a little bit more vocal, and then just operate the offense. I think, just really focusing in and understanding what our offensive coordinator is asking him to do, what we need him to do on each play, and is spend a lot of time in the film room. And I think he's got a better understanding and a better grasp of the actual system, and understanding that he can take what the defense gives him, and then his defensive recognition.
Well, and Coach, you were talking about some of the big guys you have up front. What's another position group that you've really been impressed with their growth this offseason?
Yeah, I think our linebacker core. I think we've got our 2 inside linebackers, Jaleel Shakir and then Joakim Gouda, and then our outside backer, Lucas Hayes. I think that group is really good for us. Joakim's picked up a couple Division I offers, and they set the tone for us. They're physical, they're fast, they're athletic, they're smart, and I think they're going to be really good with.
And going back to the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic, what are you hoping to see most out of your guys against Kell?
I think just competition. I think that I just want to see us rise to the occasion going against a really good opponent. I think we got an opportunity to showcase our talents and showcase what we've been working on. And our message all off season has been daily deposits. And I think, depositing in so we can cash in the fall. So now it's our opportunity. We get to, like I said, be one of the first games in the country. So now we get to go out and show what we deposited all summer. So I think that's the biggest thing, is just go out there, compete, and get after it.
And then, Coach, we talked about how big this offensive line is. We talked about Cade at quarterback. Just walk us through real quick what the backfield's looking like.
Yeah, we've got 2 to 3 running backs. I think we're going to have a running back by committee, but we've got Braylon Daniel, who will be a junior running back that is returning. He split some time last year with Albert McCoy, and then we also have Demarion Ward, who moved over and was a first-team All-Region running back in Cobb County. He played at Pebblebrook. Great kids that can. I think they're going to split the load, and I think they're going to have some nice running lanes to run behind that big offensive line.
And then Canyon Carter is a guy that you said will be able to participate on both sides of the football.
Yeah.
How have you developed just the confidence to be able to use him in a variety of roles?
Yeah, I think I've put that challenge our offensive coordinator and our defensive coordinator really spend time together to practice plan and make sure that they're using them for certain periods and certain packages, both offensively and defensively. And I think he's a really bright kid. He's a 4.0 student, really smart, picks things up really well. And I think that allows us to use him a little bit more with his ability to retain information, both offensively and defensively. You teach him something and he can rock and roll, and he's athletic and can do it all.
And then, Coach, talk about the secondary real quick. We saw you guys in the 7-on-7. You guys made it far. Obviously, defensively, you guys are solid back there.
Yeah, we returned 2 all-region corners, then adding Canyon at the safety spot. And then we had a guy that really emerged this year. We challenged him this offseason. He'd been a guy that he had showed flashes of being able to make plays, and we challenged him this offseason, and he really stepped in and leaned into it. It was Zamir Stewart. So I feel with those 4, Josiah James, Dejon Goins, Canyon Carter, and Zamir Stewart, I feel like we've got a shot to be pretty good, and I feel like they're connected as a group. They're communicating very well on the back end, and they all fly around to the ball, and they're all afraid not to tackle.
Well, thanks for joining us, Coach. It seems like you have all the pieces to the puzzle, so best of luck this season.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you, guys. And don't go far. Joining us after the break will be Scout Smart CEO and founder Diane Bloodworth. We'll be back right after the break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free Scout Smart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Days. We have a very special guest joining us up on set today. It's the founder, CEO of ScoutSmart, Diane Bledworth. How are you doing today?
I'm great, Georgia. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, just start us off. Tell us a little bit more about the idea about ScoutSmart and how it came to be.
Certainly. So with ScoutSmart, we help college coaches find recruits that fit their program. We use analytics to fit that, and we allow coaches to customize it. The idea actually originated in the 90s when I was working for IBM in a class at the University of Miami at the U. I got paired with the star running back for the national championship Miami Hurricanes.
Wow.
So a long time in the making, but we love what we're doing.
And how, from that idea in the 90s to what it is today, how have you really seen it grow?
Well, I think a number of things. One is data is now used more by college coaches, so there's more of an acceptance of it. Also, in addition to tackle, we now have flag football too, since it's such a growing sport. And AI is making a huge difference in how we obtain and manipulate the data.
Absolutely. And then I thought what was interesting, you talk about flag football, how a lot of these flag teams is still a new sport. They don't necessarily have the huddle tape, but you have tools where they can put the highlights together on ScoutSmart on their profile.
Exactly. So we have an AI-driven computer vision tool called Scout Vision, and you can take any type of video, a YouTube video, mom filming on the sideline, an iCloud video, Instagram reel, and we can turn that into a highlight for the player. What we were hearing from the college coaches is we got to have video on these girls. We got to see them on video. We don't have the travel budget to go see them all play, so make sure their profiles have video. They didn't all have access to Huddle, so we decided to come up with a solution for them. And in fact, I'll be at a travel team game tomorrow testing this out with them.
And then what's your just overall thought about how much talent is in the state of Georgia?
In terms of flag football or
flag
tackle,
football, just as a recruiting hotbed.
It is definitely a recruiting hotbed for tackle. There is no doubt about that. I think we all know that. And anywhere we go and talk to coaches, they're very excited about the fact that we have so many Georgia players in our database, that we have so much data on them, and partnering with the GACA helps us with that.
Absolutely. And then one of the other things that these athletes can include on their profile is their GPA, and that allows them to connect with some of the Ivy schools, some of the more academic-minded schools. Let's talk about how that's helped some of the college coaches find prospects.
Certainly. I think GPA is one of those things that makes us stand apart in that I believe we right now have over 30,000 profiles with the GPA. And this allows the coaches, especially those that know they're going to look for that high academic player, it allows them to really go in and find them quickly. They can go in and search by GPA. You can upload your test score reports and as well as your transcripts to make sure that everything is verified in terms of academic information.
And in terms of making the profile, can you just walk us through this step that athletes have to take to make their profiles?
Yeah, we try to make it very easy for them. There's two ways that they can do that. One is we have a mobile app which can be found in the Apple Store and Google Play, Scout Smart Recruit. And then if you go to our website, scoutsmartrecruiting.com, and go to athletes, you'll get a link, and you can create it as well with that web link.
And for athletes or parents or coaches, what's one thing, if the average person was wanting to know more about Scout Smart, what's one thing that you would wish they would understand?
That it is free to create a profile, so why not do that? You want to have as much recruiting exposure as possible. It is not the only tool, but it is one of the great tools that you can use to create a profile and get exposure.
And then how many colleges have you seen use this tool so far?
We have a range of colleges from D1 to D2, D3, JUCO, and it's about 65 colleges that have used the tool, or using the tool.
And then would you encourage kids to sign up early in their high school career as a freshman? Maybe they haven't gotten enough playing time, but just having that profile and being able to build it out.
Yeah, start thinking about recruiting early. You can always go in and update your profile later. You're going to grow, your GPA might change, and you can always update that information later.
And then I thought Georgia, talking to you yesterday, brought up a great point. Where do you see Scout Smart in a few years?
We really want to leverage this AI component and see if there's other things that we can do with that and provide additional insight using AI. We really want to be the primary provider of recruiting data for flag football as well.
And then what's something that you feel like makes Scout Smart highly competitive among the other platforms that people might use?
I think for the college coaches, it's the fact that it's customizable. So I can customize it based on my scheme and style of play. I think it's the richness of our data as well.
And then what are some of the things that you've done just to get the word out, traveling around to various coaches, showing them the tools?
You know, we do, for the college coaches, we've been doing the American Football Coaches Association convention, and we do a recruiting reception and those types of things to get the word out to them. Social media is great. And then we love our media days here in Georgia. And this year we're doing Florida as well. So we can reach those high school coaches and make sure we're getting all that good player data.
Yep, and you were talking about the GACA All-Star Game. All-Star Games are such a big opportunity for kids. Obviously, they play in them because they want to be recruited. So you have a game where it's just a bunch of people from the same class. So how big of a deal is that, partnering with the GACA All-Star Game and using a platform like an All-Star Game with Scout Smart?
I think it's huge. For this year, if you want to be nominated for the All-Star Game, for GACA's All-Star Game, you will need to have a profile in Scout Smart. And I think that helps the players, the high school coaches, and the college coaches have all that information in one place. And we do other things with GACA in terms of being the recruiting partner, virtual webinars with some of these college coaches and the high school coaches. We get combine and camp data. We were at the battle at the Rock this year, making sure we got verified height and weight for all of these linemen. So it's really a great resource for us.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today and for telling us all more about Scout Smart. Be sure you check that out. The link is down below. Thank you again, and we'll be back shortly after the break. We have a flag football team joining us, so we're really excited. We'll see you soon.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. We're very excited to introduce Irwin County Flags head coach Peter Snyder. Peter, how are you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Well, it's a very exciting season for you because this is the first season that you guys have a flag football team. Can you kind of tell us what all went into putting this team together?
Just gathering information from a lot of other people that have been doing it. We're actually in the area with Colquitt County and Lowndes County and Valdosta and some bigger schools, and they've been down this road before, so their knowledge really helped a lot in getting us started.
And what have you seen support-wise from your community in putting this team together?
It's been great. We're kind of under the radar still, but I've been able to speak at one of the civic clubs and just kind of get the word out a little bit. The girls are really positive. They've got great families, so it's been good.
And obviously, Irwin County adding a flag football team is testament to the growth of flag football in Georgia. How have you seen this sport grow in the past few years?
Well, yeah, I was kind of disconnected, to be honest with you. I've been coaching high school football for the last 3 or 4 years, and just football in general for my whole career. And so this is really my first taste with flag football, and so I didn't really know much about it, to be honest with you, going in.
And then, Coach, you mentioned some of the teams that have maybe started their programs a year or two ahead, but it looks like they're all going to be pretty close to you. So what's that going to be like, just playing all these South Georgia teams?
Well, it's going to be a great experience, I think, for our girls, just to see programs that are well established and kind of see what it's supposed to look like. And that's, understanding the game is the first step. And so that'll be really good for us. I hope we can compete a little bit with them, but that remains to be seen.
And then obviously you guys want to hit the ground running, but in terms of evaluating the players, how many girls did you have come out initially, and what was that process like fitting them into their positions?
Well, we started having interest meetings back in the early spring, and we had a lot of interest. We would have 50 to 70 girls at some of these interest meetings. We ended up having 30 girls that came to tryouts, and we ended up keeping all 30. And so we've got enough to have a JV and the varsity, but at the same time, we have to share athletes just like all the teams do. So it's a challenge to figure out, who's going to be there on any given day.
And then, Coach, who were some of the girls that really stood out that are going to be leaders this year?
Well, we've got 4 seniors, and these 4 seniors, I think, are going to be just really outstanding for us. And we've got 4 juniors. A few of our seniors are Sailor Mixon. She plays softball as well. She's done a lot athletically for Irwin over the years. Another one is Emma Raffield. This is her first. It's all of our girls' first try at flag football. But another one of our seniors is Lainey White. She is one that has been a cheerleader over the years, and she's a really good athlete. And so we're definitely excited about her. And then we've got one of our best tennis players that's also playing, Ellie Willingham. So those are our seniors, and I really expect that they're going to be great leaders for us.
And Coach, what can you say about the growth of flag football around the state and the nation as well?
Well, it's just exploding. I mean, in Georgia, it's just, it's right there in front of you. Everybody's excited about it. So many schools are popping up, from the bigger schools to the smaller schools. And I'm kind of surprised that some of the bigger schools around us don't have it. Tift County is one that doesn't have it yet. Coffee County doesn't have it yet. And these are some of the bigger schools in our area and South Georgia in general.
And then what are like the things that you're going to highlight most with your team? Is it going to be film? Is it going to be practice? Or is it just going to be a bit of both combined? What is it going to be?
It's definitely going to be a combination. We've spent a lot of time watching prior state championships this summer. That's been a big part of our summer. Just seeing what the game is supposed to look like at the highest level, and just trying to, relate what we're seeing on film to what we do. And I think that's just a very important thing. And then obviously practice-wise, everybody deals with sharing athletes. So finding good times to practice and being able to get as many reps as possible is important.
And how much of what you've learned as a head coach of tackle football will you incorporate into flag football?
Well, there's really, believe it or not, there's a lot. Obviously, we can't tackle. We can't be physical in that similar way, but defensively, I mean, there's a lot of the same concepts. Offensively, there are a lot of similar concepts. There are things that you can't do or that you don't want to do. And one thing with us is that offensively, because we are having to share athletes, it's hard to. You really just want to stay simple because you're not going to have everyone at every practice. So if you try to add a lot of new things, you're just going to get behind. And so we've tried to keep it very simple.
Well, and going off that, transitioning from tackle to flag, what's been the most challenging aspect of that, and what's been the most rewarding?
Well, other coaches told me going in that it was going to be really fun, that the girls were going to really be excited about it, that they were going to really enjoy it, and they were spot on. I mean, it is really, really fun. And I just really feel like that it's an opportunity, and if in some cases, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but there's not as much pressure with, at least in our first year with flag football, because a lot of the girls play, basketball and soccer and tennis and softball, and there are high expectations, and we've been good in several of those sports, and this is just kind of a reprieve. Let's just go out there and have fun and enjoy it.
And with a lot of your girls being multi-sport athletes, how do you feel like this gives them an advantage coming over to flag football and competing for you?
I think it's a really great advantage. I think in some cases, it's an advantage for flag football because these girls are already practiced. They're already, they understand what it takes to be successful in softball and soccer and tennis and different things. So they understand that they're going to have to work to be good. And so I don't have to worry about that at all. So all I have to do is just kind of get everybody pointed in the same direction and be a really good planner and plan practices very efficiently.
And what's something that you've done off the field this summer to really bring the girls together?
Well, we've practiced all summer in a similar way to what we would do with football. Not as much time as tackle football, but we've practiced 3 days a week. We've watched film. We haven't gone to any camps or anything like that because I just didn't really feel like we were quite ready for that yet. And we have a lot of softball girls, so they're playing scrimmage games and going to camps and stuff. So we've just pretty much stayed to ourselves, but it's been very productive.
And then, Coach, what have you seen? You said you had 4 seniors, 4 juniors, but obviously as you guys build the program, these underclassmen, they're going to continue what you guys established this season. What have you seen just with that group, knowing the role they're going to play at Irwin County?
Well, they're going to have a crucial role. Our sophomore and freshman our classes are really big in terms of flag football, and we're going to ask several of them to be major contributors for this season. A lot of our success will hinge on several of those sophomores, especially. And we're just going to ask them to step in and just do what they've been doing, and that is just keep working hard, and they're used to winning, so hopefully we can just keep it going.
Then, Coach, talk about just the offensive style you feel like you guys are going to run this year. If you're equipped to be a passing attack, if you're going to be more run heavy, and how much speed you have on that side of the ball.
Well, we're blessed with good speed, and speed kills. So if you have good speed, you have a chance. But we're going to be, I would say we're going to be a run-first team for sure. We've tried to design our offense in such a way that we always have pass options off of our run, off of our run plays. In terms of passing game, I can tell you, we're not going to just spread it out and try to go downfield. We're just not going to do that. And just watching, over the years, those are much lower percentage passes anyway. So we want to stay with our high percentage throws and hopefully beat you with speed.
And then, Coach, when did you guys have those first initial interest meetings, and when did you feel the team came together and you solidified the positions?
Our first interest meetings, if I'm not mistaken, I actually wasn't the head coach at this time. I didn't become the head coach until May, and like the beginning of May. So at this point, we didn't even have a head coach. But back in either late January or early February, they started having interest meetings. And then once I was declared the head coach, then we met a couple more times, and we had our tryouts in early May, and we were able to spend like 3 to 5 days. I think it ended up being like 5 days, parts of 5 days, just gathering the team, and just trying out. And we determined that we were just going to keep everybody that had tried out just due to the needing numbers. So,
well, thanks, Coach Snyder, for joining us, and best of luck to your first season this year.
Well, thank you for having me, and I appreciate y'all doing this for the state of Georgia.
Thank you. All right, stay with us. We'll be back right after this short break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
All right, welcome back to the Corey Kell Dave Hunter Classic interviews. We have a Walton head coach, Daniel Bruder, in the building to talk about the Raiders for this upcoming season. They're going to match up against McEachern in the Corey Kell Dave Hunter Classic. Coach, obviously it's been a great summer for you guys. Just walk us through how everything's been going for the Raiders.
It's
been good. You know, I think you start the summer off with some changes, and we get out in the first Corky Kell 7-on-7 and didn't have the day that we wanted. We just couldn't find ways to win games. You know, kept losing close ones, and at the end of the day, that's what summer sport is grow and develop. You know, so we ended the summer at the Hoover 7-on-7 and felt like we did a good job. Strong finish.
Yes, sir.
You know, we were up by 7 to Hoover, who ended up winning it all in the semifinals. You know, we just missed on a couple plays, and they ended up catching us with 4 seconds left and beat us by 1. But, you know, to start the way we did and finish the way we did, you know, it's just that's what you want to see in the summer, a lot of growth, you know. Went to padded camp on Tuesday this week and felt like we're where we need to be, you know. As far as hard now. Now we go to acclimation, you take the pads back off, and it's kind of back to square one. So as much as us coaches and players want to get to work and continue to get our scheme right and all those kind of things from a physical standpoint and mental standpoint, we'll be in helmets and underwear next week, so we're going to do the best we can to survive those 5 days, but really do feel like we're where we need to be. And from a chemistry standpoint, I feel like we're as strong as we've ever been, and that's what I'm most excited about.
And then I want to ask you a little bit about just the quarterback position. I know, when we talked to you in the spring, you said, hey, we're going to have a competition. This side's going. You had Pearson DeGala, Banks Bowden. Just what's the update there? What's going on there as we kind of enter into week 1?
We're working 2 guys right now and feel very good about 2 sophomores that have done a great job throughout the summer. You know, we got Pearson DeGala and Christian Peacock, and they're both doing an excellent job for us. You know, and I really think that they both can win games for us. You know, and we're going to have an open competition all the way until we get to the bins, and we still may have open competition once we get in the bins. You know, so feel like they've both been doing some really good things, and I think they got tremendous upside. They're different types of quarterbacks, so I think it'll make us difficult to defend depending on who's in the game. So right now, I just got to speak high on that room, man. They have been so awesome. You know, you got 2 sophomores that are very high-level players and just conduct themselves like professionals, and that's what you want to see. You know, I think when you got a world that we're living in right now where everybody wants theirs now, and where there's just so much selfishness in this game that we all love so much.
Good point.
And everybody's always looking when the grass is always greener and all these kind of things. We got 2 guys right there that are very mature for their years and working very diligently, and they're sharpening each other up. You know, iron sharpens iron. We truly believe that at our place, and they're doing it, you know. So feel good about that spot, regardless of which one of those guys is playing for us.
Gotcha. One more question before I throw it to Craig. I want to ask you about the offensive line. Every year, Coach, you have a stellar guy, and as a unit, it's always really good. What can we expect from that position this year?
I think that's going to be one of the biggest pieces of our group this year. You know, I think not only just from an experience standpoint, we got a lot of experience coming back there, but great leadership. They just exemplify everything that we want in our football players. You know, they show up to work every day, and quite honestly, it's they just live in what Coach Letton, our associate head coach and O-line coach, just lives, which is all about the team, do whatever we got to do to win games, and be thorough in our technique and be sound in what we do every single day and demand excellence. And that's what we've seen with that group. So we're going to lean heavy on them. You know, I think that's one of the most experienced group we have on this team, and just, you know, when you see the success we've had with undersized guys and even big dudes, I think this group falls right in the middle of that. I think we got plenty of size. We're not the biggest we've ever been, but we're definitely not the smallest we've ever been. So just very excited about what they've done this summer, and probably more depth in that position group than we've ever had. You know, it's not like 6, 7 we feel like we can get out there and play. I feel like we're getting up to 7, 8, 9, 10 possible guys that can have a chance to play. So just tremendous growth through the offseason, and expect them to have great leadership this year.
Yes, sir.
Coach, talk about just this offseason. You talk about depth, but just fitting guys into some of these vacancies and just what the competition was like.
I mean, look, we got a guy with us today, Nori Thompson, who just speaks to what we've had to do this offseason. And he was a starting running back coming back from next year. Split time last year, did a heck of a job for us last year. And, just watched him grow through middle school to where he is right now has been absolutely amazing. And so we get into the summer, and, we're rolling into July, and, started talking to him about coming back over and playing a little bit of corner for us. And didn't bat an eye. Coach, what do you want me to do? How do I need to do it? Coach me up. And that's what this team is going to have to do for us to be the most successful team we can be. And that's just what I think everybody in our group has done, whether that means somebody moving a position or whether that means somebody's just risen to the occasion a little faster than we thought they were. We got some sophomores that are doing some really, really good things right now that, may not have got the opportunities they're getting right now had things not changed. So excited for those guys and what they're doing for us.
And this is a big year, 50th year celebration for Walton football. You guys have some new additions to Raider Valley, obviously the new school there also. But what about this group do you just want to see from them in this opening game, just to kind of start this 50th season off well, knowing all the excitement you guys have?
Win. That's
it.
Win.
All right.
Win, baby, win. That's always goal 3 for us, and in every game that we go into. And I don't give a darn how we do it. Find a way. That's what we're going to roll with. And I think for me, I talked to them about that this morning. We've had some pretty good success in that game, and we've lost one time down there, and it was a tough one. And they eventually won the state championship and scored 70-something points. So for them to have to take it to the last whistle or last sound of that horn to beat us, we made some critical mistakes in that game. I don't want to make those this year. I want to make sure we clean those up this year so we end up being 1-0 at the end of that first week. That's always goal 1 for us, win the opener. So expectations aren't changing.
And then how excited are you just to get this season started, game 1?
Oh, man. Tickled pink. I mean, football's getting really rolling. You got school starting. I'm ready to get back in some real routine. As much fun as these summers are, it's hard to get everybody in a real routine without having to schedule school and all that. So, I know the kids have enjoyed the freedom, having the afternoons off and all that. But I think for us to truly grow the way we need to grow, we need to get back into the discipline of a schedule and all those kind of things. So super excited for that, and really just excited to put some pads on and day-to-day growth.
And real quick, I'll throw it to Najee, but talk about Levi Brown, new offensive coordinator, how he's fit in.
Done a tremendous job. I'm super excited for him. He's exactly what we needed and a great spark, and I think he's a big reason why that quarterback room is in such a good place right now. I've had a lot of good coordinators, but he's definitely one of the best with working with those quarterbacks. He's played that at a high level. He's coached that at a high level, and it's really translating to the growth of our players. So not only does he fit in with our coaches, our culture, but I think he fits really well with that quarterback room, and it's been really fun to watch. They meet in my office, so I sit back there at my desk, and I just kind of eavesdrop and watch, and it's been really fun to watch happen. So excited for this year and for him, and I hope our quarterbacks put up numbers like his did last year, and I think we'll be in pretty good shape.
And then 2-part question, Coach. I want to ask about the defensive side of the ball. How does that look for you this year? I know you're going to be led by Noah Lavelle, obviously a really good player for you. And then the young thoroughbreds, right? You got some guys, Jordan Peacock's been getting a lot of buzz. Right, we've been hearing about MJ Burnett. Tell us about the young guys you got as well.
Yeah, I think if you look at our defensive side, we're really led by 2 guys right now, and I think it's not just those 2, but I've just seen so much leadership from them, and they are the most experienced. You got MJ Burnett and Noah Lavelle, and they've done a tremendous job this offseason just leading the charge. And the thing I want to see them continue to do is be accountable to holding everybody else accountable. It can't just be the coaches pulling some of these young guys along. We've got some really, really talented young guys, and they need to continue to learn how to work. And part of leading is finding a way to reach those guys, and it's not always rip somebody's butt and tear them up and down, and but it's finding a way to reach every individual player because they're all different, and whether that's a coach leading them or a player leading them, that's vitally important for us. But we've got a lot of really good sophomores working on that side of the ball that just got to get some things figured out and learn how to go about business day to day, and just consistency I think is huge for them.
Yes, sir.
And I expect those 2 guys to do the same. But we've got a lot of great players coming back, and I just think it's going to be by committee on the defensive side of the ball. There's way too many dudes to name. We're going to rotate so many guys up front. Cascone will come over and play some D for us. You got Todd Haley, who got hurt last year, that was one of our best players on the defensive side of the ball. So he's going to be back. He's finishing up his baseball summer right now, having a heck of a summer in the baseball field. But excited to get him back. But, I just think our seniors are going to be the ones that kind of set the tone. And, MJ's not a senior, but he's one of the ones with a whole lot of experience back there. And just his growth this offseason has been absolutely tremendous. Not only physically, he's shot up like 3 or 4 inches, but mentally his football IQ continues to grow and expand, which has been awesome.
For sure. Well, guys, that's all the time we have with Coach Bruner. Remember, you can catch him in action against McEachern in our Corey Kell Dave Hunter Classic at 4 p.m. Make sure you guys tune into that. That will be probably one of the better games we have in the building. That's all the time we got. We'll see you guys in the next one.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you worked with your hands, you did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet, My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the 2 together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. We're going to introduce Jones County head coach Justin Montgomery. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, this is going to be your first year as head coach of Jones County. How's the transition to a head coach been like for you so far?
Well, you think you're ready and you think you're prepared, and then you find about 5 to 10 things they don't put in the manual of being a head coach that you got to learn on the fly. So it's been good. The community's been really supportive. So we've been thankful, and my family's finally here. We're moved into our new house, and things are starting to get closer and closer to life again in transition.
And as you've been acclimated to this team, what position group has impressed you the most this offseason?
Our offensive line, they've been really, really impressive. Those guys have done a good job of catching on to the scheme and taking coaching, and I think they're going to be a fun bunch to watch this year.
And then, Coach, this was kind of a whirlwind hire. The coach stepped down. It looks like it was filled in about 2 weeks. So how hard was that, just seeing this opportunity, being able to land the coaching job, and then, as you said, plan everything from moving your family down there to be able to step in and fill this need?
Well, I've been preparing to be a head coach for probably the past 5 years, working as Coach King's defensive coordinator at Carrollton. He and I would meet every year and talk about things that you need to do to prepare for that opportunity, identify schools that you want to go after. And for me, I was looking to get back closer to my hometown, be near my family. And so working with Coach King every offseason, we put a plan of growth in place. And I really have to hand it to him for helping me grow and develop as a coach and being prepared to be a head coach. But then when that job opening came open, Coach King was actually one of the ones that texted me. And we knew at that point, hey, it was time to put things together and try to pursue the job.
And then what was your plan for spring ball, having not necessarily moved into the area yet? How did you handle that?
We went at 5:30 in the morning. That was a way we could get our coaches that we knew we wanted to hire, but weren't officially on staff full-time with the school system. So they would come in at 5:30 in the morning. We'd practice. They would go to their day job at a different school, and then we'd come back in the afternoon and meet. So those coaches put a lot of hours in, and I felt like we did a good job hiring the right guys that were ready to handle that transition.
And, Coach, you've been at a lot of great programs around the state. Obviously, Jones County is also. What's your impression of Jones County in this new region you guys find yourselves in?
Yeah, Jones County is a powerhouse to me. I think it's a place where you can develop a dominant program in Middle Georgia. Like you said a minute ago, I've been a part of some good programs and seen some really good coaches do some really good things. And I think Jones County is primed and ready to step into some really good things as a school system and as a football program. And I think our community is itching for it and ready for kickoff come August 8th.
Yeah, and Coach, so speaking on that, so going back to what Craig said, when you got this job, you were actually the defensive coordinator from the former head coach at Jones County back when you two were at Rome. Just want to ask, does that play any factor? Like, did that really for you play any factor? Did you guys ever have any conversations about that?
Oh, for sure. So I was his D coordinator at Warner Robins, not Rome. Coach Chastain and I stayed in touch throughout our careers. And actually, he and I talked after his resignation before I started applying for this job. And I think that Coach Chastain, I've learned a lot from him. He's had a lot of success everywhere he's been. So there's a lot of things as a coach I've grown from him in our time at Warner Robins together.
Yeah, and Coach, kind of speaking now on the team a little bit more, this is a team that you're inheriting, and just this is a team that last season they ended up going to the second round, only lost by 8 to a team that ended up going to the state championship in Marist. Have you noticed any of those signs that this is a team that's state championship ready?
100%. I think these guys are really, really close. There's a lot of things that I look back at the film from last year and I see the habits that our guys are coming in with. And I think we're in a place where, you don't have to overhaul everything. You don't have to start everything new. I think you go through it with a fine-tooth comb and you tweak the details. I think these guys are really close to a championship caliber program, and I think we're just trying to adjust small details with the everyday habits and the little things of how we do it.
And Keith McCray won the Root Drill Champion at Battle of the Rock Camp. Is this foreshadowing that your D-line is going to be a force this season?
Well, Keith's an O-lineman for us, and he did win the Battle of the Rock Root Drill competition, and I think that impressive group of O-linemen is kind of what I'm alluding to. And Keith can move people from point A to point B. And I've got Alex Hammond here with me today, too, who's ready to talk to you guys, and he's one that can do the same thing.
We'd love to have him on right now if you want to.
Yeah, I got all four guys in here with me, and I can show them all at once, and you can panel it, or I can pop them into my chair. How do you want to do it?
It's up to you, Coach, whatever works easier for you.
I'm going to let these guys come one-on-one.
Okay.
Alex, come on up there. I got Alex Hammond, offensive lineman.
Okay. How's it going, Alex?
Good, how are y'all?
Doing well. So were you also at the Battle of the Rock Camp?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the biggest takeaway from your time there competing with the guys?
Probably just the mentality that we had to use to be able to get through the camp and do our best.
And also, too, just seeing Keith compete well and win that competition, what do you think that says as testament to your O-line coming up this season?
I think it shows that how good we're going to be and how good we're going to just be able to push everyone out the way.
Yeah, and Alex, you're the only returning guy on this team that was all-region last season. So as one of those guys that's really one of the star players that's coming back, how are you really embracing that role as not just star player, but also one of the leaders on the team?
I'd say just make sure everyone's got what they got and help make sure that they know what they're doing, just so we can all be able to be good this year and hopefully all be all region.
All right, Alex, real quick, we're going to get your teammates on. Go ahead and invite one of them on.
All right, Jason Taylor, quarterback.
All right.
All right, passing the baton. QB1 in the house. How's it going?
I'm good. How about y'all?
I'm doing well. So when you look at this offense as a whole, what do you feel like makes your offense so competitive heading into this year?
Last year, I wouldn't say we have a lot of returning players, but we got guys out there that's going to get the job done. They got heart, and they know where to be, when to be there. And we just got guys that want to fight and get the job done.
And what's it been like playing for Coach Montgomery so far?
It's a big change. He's always on us, making sure we're where we're supposed to be, when we're supposed to be there, and doing what we're supposed to be doing. It's a tough challenge. I think he's a great coach.
Well, we can't wait to see you this season. Go ahead and pass it to your next teammate real quick. We want to get you guys all on.
Junior Holloway, defensive back.
Like a recruiting profile. How's it going?
I'm good. How about y'all?
We're doing well. So when you look at this offseason as a whole, transitioning with a new head coach, what's really stood out to you about your program, and what are you most excited for moving into this year?
Yes, ma'am. What really stood out to me is about the team change. A lot of bad habits that we had last year. That I feel like that everyone changed. I feel like they really put in a lot of time and effort inside Coach Montgomery and just didn't brush it away. If you feel what I'm saying, and yes, ma'am.
And then, what are the goals you have for yourself this year?
For myself, I want to win Region Athlete of the Year because I'm playing both sides of the ball. I want to do that. That if it's not that, I want to make All-State defensive back and a state championship. Yeah,
awesome.
For sure.
We got about 30 seconds left. Let's get your fourth teammate on real quick so we can sign off.
Andre Hall, defensive back.
How's it going? So you guys were an outstanding defense last year. How do you guys take that next level this season?
We have a lot of young players.
A lot of young players put in a lot of work. We have a new DB coach Ford. He pushed us to be the best player, best DBs that we can be. You're ready to work.
Absolutely. And then what's your just thoughts of playing with Coach Montgomery so far?
Coach Montgomery, I would say he's the best coach. He pushed us on and off field so we can be best players in life. He pushed us to be the best. Just hoping win state championship with new coach Montgomery.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck. We appreciate all you guys joining us and Coach Montgomery for bringing you guys on. Go Greyhounds. We'll see you this season. Thank you so much.
Go Hounds.
Go Hounds. All right, so we'll be back on the other side with the Lowndes Vikings. Don't go anywhere.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. We are now joined by Lowndes head coach Adam Carter, and I see you're not alone. You have some guys with you. How's it going today?
Yeah, it's going well. We just got off the field, and we appreciate you guys having us on.
Well, thanks for joining. I know it's been a busy morning, so we won't keep you too long. Could you introduce the guys that you have with you today?
Yeah, so I have Ben Corey beside me right here, South Florida commit. I have Jace Johnson, our quarterback, on this side. He announces next Sunday. I have Mason Woods, our starting running back, behind me. And I have Abram Eisenhower back in the back as well, one of our other starting offensive linemen.
A lot of impressive young men with you today and a lot of impressive young men on your team. What position group has really stood out to you so far this offseason heading into the year?
I think the biggest position we have for our team coming off of last year's team is our offensive line. You're looking at all 7 that really were on the field for us last year, all back. And then you have our quarterback that ended up pretty much starting about 70% of the games and played most of the snaps. And so those 2 position groups are going to have to be the ones that we look to early. And then offensively, in general, that's why I got 4 offensive guys sitting beside me. Offense in general is going to lead us early in our season for sure.
And your team is back-to-back Georgia Southern 7v7 champs. Congrats on that. And what does this do in terms of your team's confidence going into August?
We have a group, it's not a young group, but it's an inexperienced group in the skill positions on both sides of the ball. And so those opportunities for us to go, we went to Georgia the day before, played in theirs, then drove to Statesboro, played in theirs the next morning. We went to Florida the next week. So we tried to get our kids around as much live football against some of the best we could put ourselves around, just for that experience. From our skill kids to Jace, timing with new skill kids that, we lost a bunch of offensive production last year at the skill position. So all those things were important to us, and it fell into place. We went up to Athens, we battled pretty good, had a long day there, and took the almost 4-hour drive down to Statesboro and played the next morning and won it. So it worked out the way we had hoped for. Now we got to continue to grow.
Coach Carter, you talked about the offensive line impressing you so far this season. What's been the biggest difference you've noticed just with this group?
I think it's just a physical maturity, right? We were not probably where we needed to be last year. We were still trying to play catch up a little bit. You see the two guys sitting with me right now. Those are two bookend tackles for us, and Ben plays both. He plays inside and outside. But we've moved a defensive lineman over there to give us a little more just weight. I think we were a little light last year sometimes, and so that physical part, and you start to get into the schedule we play, the region we play, all those things, and like I said, every day is a learning experience, and so these guys have been through it. Ben has started 22 games here at Lowndes. Abram played as a freshman as a tight end for us, an extra offensive lineman. Don't act like he's a tight end over there, Abram. But he's played a bunch of football, so just that leadership and that experience up there. But the biggest gains, I feel like, have came from a weight room perspective, where physically as a team, not just the offensive line, but I think that we've made gains to close that gap on some of the teams we're going to play.
And then making the playoffs is a goal, obviously, of all these teams, but within your region, it's such a emphasis to want to get that home field advantage, make those Atlanta teams travel to South Georgia. What are just the goals in these early games before you guys get into that tough region?
We've scheduled tough. You go look at Jenkins and how they finished the year after us. Manatee, we were their only loss until they lost in the semis in Florida to St. Thomas Aquinas by a field goal. And then I feel like Kell is one of the top teams in the state, regardless of classification, one of the most talented teams. And so those three games right there for sure, are marked on the calendar. It's going to be a pretty good test of what we're going to see in region. Talent-wise, those three will match up talent-wise against anybody. And so we got our work cut out for us just to get to region. But you have to do that. You have to get our guys ready. You have to get them ready to play cup competition. We've got some teams coming in here that we were able to win last year, and they're coming here this year to definitely try to spoil some home games for us up early. And it's going to be a learning experience. Every play is a learning experience early on for an inexperienced group, and so we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a tough test, but they also got to come to the Palace, and we feel really good about playing at the Palace and playing in front of our community and our fans.
And then, Coach, we were talking about non-region. Now let's move to region play. Y'all play in what may be the toughest region in at least 6A, probably the state, and one of the best regions in the country. Talk to me about how playing Valdosta, Colquitt County, Richmond Hill just set y'all up for success in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Max Prep has called it the top 5 region in the country, right? And so what it is you have 6 playoff teams, and not every region can say that. And so it's every week you have to be at your best. And if not, any one of those teams in your region can beat you. And so that's tough. That's tough on kids. That's why you do it as a coach. You come to Region 1 for that. You want to be able to coach and play against the best. Well, you got it. There's not coaches in the state that are better than what we see every Friday night. And so it's Region 1 is a test every week. It's a durability test to stay healthy. That's why we train the way we train to stay healthy. So once you start getting into those later games in the region, one of the deals is who's banged up and who's not. Having to travel, not everybody's got to travel 3 hours for a region game like we got to do to Camden and Richmond Hill. So it creates a ton of challenges. It's really good football, and if you love football, Region 1 is where you want to be.
And then, Coach, you touched on your skill position players when you talk about 7-on-7, but there's a lot of really good 28 and 27 wide receivers that haven't got a lot of playing time, but are going to have to play a lot of playing time, or going to have to get a lot of playing time this coming season. Just talk to me about their growth and some of the guys in that receiving room?
Yeah, I think that the youth of our football team is at the offensive skill, but I also think that a lot of the talent on our football team is at the offensive skill. And so we have some big long dudes. You have Zion Walker, that'll be an impact guy for sure. Gavin Yates will be an impact guy for sure outside. Bubba Brown is an impact guy. The thing that's going to be different for us this year, as far as those positions are, we have the length. You look right now, we run out there with our starting offensive skill guys, and we're 6'1" across the board at least. Waylon Weidinger is going to play that tight end spot for us this year, and he is an athlete that's playing tight end that can split out. He beat us on a deep ball today. That can go get the ball, and so they're all 6'1" or better. So we've got some length, and that helps. You know, that helps in all aspects of the game. I know Jace likes throwing to some longer dudes on the outside that we feel like can go get the 50-50 ball, right? And so that's going to be a big deal. And then we got some returning seniors too. Joe Henry, Cam Harris, Travis Phelps, all those guys are going to have to play really well for us in order for us to be successful on offense.
And Coach Carter, real quick, got about a minute left. What can you say about the 4 guys you have with you right now?
Well, they're here for a reason. You know, I picked these 4 for a reason. They're our leaders of our football team. They're the ones that come in every day and grind it out, and that people look to for that leadership and that guidance. You know, I talked to our kids about, and I talked to them this week about Love Lounge, and these 4 right here, I promise you, exemplify that. They love what we do. They love our players. They love our coaches. They love our town, our community. And so this is the best representation of Lowndes football, Lowndes County that I felt like we could give. They're great young men. They excel in that academically. They're going to be the ones that the teachers talk about in the classroom. So can't say enough good stuff about these guys.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Coach. It looks like you have security around you, so I'd feel pretty safe if I were in that room. But good luck to you guys this season.
I feel pretty good right now.
All right, thank you all. And stick with us. We'll be back right after the short break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you worked with your hands, you did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet, you know. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. We're very excited to announce the head coach of Jasper, Ashley Henderson, and you're joined with a lot of players by you. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Could you take a second and introduce the guys you have with you today?
Yeah, we'll work this way. Number 65, Jordan Campbell. All are rising seniors. All are returning starters for us. Number 2, Brian Ridley in the middle there. Tyree Owens beside me in number 55. Cam Farley, linebacker right here. JT Thomas, number 1. And then Angel Martin Garcia over here in the corner, number 29 right there. So we got a bunch of guys that have been starting for us for a long time on this screen with me right now.
So with the guys joined by you today and also your team, what's some characteristics or something that stood out to you about this group going into the season?
You know, for one, since the day we got here, these guys love the weight room. They don't mind doing what it takes. And we talked about it today after practice that we make no bones about it. We want to be physical as we can be. And they do a good job getting their body physically ready to do that in the winter months and in the summer months as the season gets closer. They don't mind doing whatever we do. In fact, today, anybody from around here knows about, we were doing parking lot lunges today, getting ready for pads to come on Monday.
And your team made a lot of progress in region play last season. Well, what do you feel like is testament to this success?
You know, belief. You know, and people talk about expecting to win and that type of thing, but at the end of the day, you have to go out and do what it takes to win first. And like I said, these guys have done that, and we have a bunch of guys here that, you know, these seniors, a bunch of them started as sophomores, and we have a bunch of juniors that are back too that have played a bunch of snaps for us. So, you know, we were supposed to be a little bit young last year, and we had graduated some production the prior year, but those guys that came in were what we thought they could be. And so you know, we return a lot of that with these guys. And so, but I think the belief that, you know, we can play with anybody we have that we go up against, we do believe we can do that. But it's a matter of earning the right to go out there to win. And these guys, again, you know, they do a good job of that, of practicing hard and getting their bodies ready, you know, whether it's the nutrition aspect of it, handling their business in the schoolhouse, all those things. This bunch does a really good job, and they're fun to be around too. It's a good group. It's a tight knit group, and you know, I think all those things play into the family right there. That these guys play hard for one another.
Coach Henderson, I want to ask you about your region. You guys were very competitive in it last year. You guys had the win over Social Circle, the eventual region champ. It was a much bigger region than the first 2 years you were there. How did the success last year kind of build confidence heading into this year when you guys take the same schedule on?
Well, it is. You know, we have it's a larger region than what we've had, so it is same as last year, but than what we had 2 years prior. But the top of it right there, you know, Social Circle's king of the mountain right now. They won region, and I think Lamar County went farther than everybody in the playoffs. So those two will be a handful this year. You know, I was telling somebody the other day about us in Social Circle. We, from middle school, JV, and varsity, every one of those games came down to the last possession. We play each other tough. They're really well coached. Lamar, you know, that speaks for itself. They again, well coached, a ton of players, and then Putnam, our arch rival, right down the road. They're a force too in our region. You know, so those are the guys that made the playoffs last year, along with McNair, and Coach Drayton's gone on to a new job. So. You know, we don't know what they'll look like this year. I know they had a few seniors last year, but quite a few. But, you know, I'm sure they'll reload, be ready to go again. And then Towers. Towers is kind of a wild card. And, you know, if you look at our all-region teams, they were as talented as anybody in the region. And, you know, you know, they can get anybody anytime as well. And then Utopian Academy is the other one. They're kind of the new kid on the block. They've not been playing football very long, but it is a large region. But, you know, there's not a drive over an hour for us, so it's depending on Atlanta traffic this year, it's not too bad to travel.
And, Coach, just talk about some of the players you have there. I know you started with Jordan. He's on our right side, number 65 offensive lineman. Just what has stood out about them just since you arrived at Jasper County heading into year 4?
You know, these are the guys. This was our first class. This was our first freshman class. So, you know, total buy-in from them from the moment we got here. And it's not a large class, so there's only, we only have 9.
Coach, sounds like we lost you. Are you there? We are having, oh.
Y'all hear me?
Yes, you cut out for a second, Coach, but we got you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're in Monticello, so we.
You're all good.
But Jordan, Jordan started the game as a freshman. So he's got a lot of snaps under his belt, plays with a lot of confidence. He is a big physical road great offensive lineman, does a good job for us, can snap too, does a lot. Brian has played on both sides of the ball, had a huge catch for us last year against Social Circle in overtime. I think it was the second overtime, maybe in the second overtime to keep the game going. But also starts at safety for us. Tyree plays all 3 of our defensive line positions, nose and both ends. Can do it all. He plays all of those for us. I'm trying to look at the screen. Cam Farley is he's an eraser in there in the middle right there. He's had over 100 tackles last year, probably the year before that too. I'm not sure, but between him and Coach Duran, we feel we got 2 good ones in the middle that do a good job cleaning things up for us as our D linemen keep guys off of them. JT started as receiver some for us his sophomore year, played a lot there. We moved him to quarterback this past year, and it's the first time since we've been here we have a returning starter there. So JT commands the offense really well. He's a leader. He checks a lot of the boxes you like seeing a quarterback, and has gotten a lot better at throwing the football this year as we've gotten better out wide too. And then Angel, I wanted to bring Angel's a 3-year starter kicker for us, and it's interesting. Our first year here, we couldn't kick an extra point, through no fault of trying, but we couldn't get it done. But Angel's sister was our water girl, and he was coming out to practice, and he started kicking, and he started ever since. And he's worked himself he was an all-region player last year, so kicked a game winner. One game, kicked some huge kicks for us. So he is a very valuable member of this football team and has done a really good job for us the last 3 years.
Absolutely be a weapon for you this season. Real quick, Coach, just talk about your takeaway from last year's playoff rating system, knowing that every game is going to matter. You guys were the number 15 seed overall last year. I think 5 teams made the playoffs out of your big region. How does that just add an emphasis to these early games?
I like it, but it worked out for us last year in that we were able to host a playoff game, although we weren't top 2 seed in the region. We're playing for the region championship in a week and then finish up, down the way. But the work you've done prior to that meant something. And, because our region is really, really competitive. I think any of those teams can beat the other one at any moment. And but it puts a lot of emphasis on them early games too, that you schedule teams that are going to go after, hopefully you win, but then you want them to go on and win. So that kind of stuff matters. But like I said, it worked out for us. Some folks may not be as much for it, but as far as year one for us, I liked it because we got to host a playoff game here for the first time in 32 years, and we went on to win that game and went to the second round of the playoff for the first time in 30-something years as well. So it's helped us re-centers that we want more and we want to do more. So whatever playoff system it's in, we'll play anywhere, but we sure do like to host. That's a lot of fun.
For sure. Yep. Best season since 1992. Coach, thank you so much for highlighting your seniors, joining us, and we'll see you this season.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you guys having us on.
Absolutely. All right. There goes Jasper County. We'll be back on the other side with Heard County.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. Right now, we will be joined by Todd Holcomb of the Georgia High School Football Daily. Todd, how's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me on. I guess it feels like football season is here when you're hosting so many teams and talking to so many players and coaches. So I know you're having a good time.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. We've been busy this summer. Todd, I want to start with one of the GHSA rules that I guess passed this summer, the transfer rule. Just what's your overall take about some of the moves that GHSA is making? Obviously, it's a hot issue with all the transfers, and just how you think that will maybe get the ball rolling for some other moves.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting move. The Georgia High School Association yesterday officially made it part of the Constitution, reaffirmed a decision they really made a couple of months ago, but that they will not allow an athlete to transfer more than once and be eligible. They would have to sit out a year. And Georgia, you hear a lot about controversy about transfers and wanting, people wanting the GHSA to crack down. But the GHSA is actually much more strict than most states. I mean, in Florida, you can just pretty much, you don't even have to live in the school district where you're playing or move. You don't have to move into the new district, and it's pretty open. But in Georgia, you have to move into the new district, and now they're going to cut down on the 2-time transfers. There's not a ton of these, but there's enough of them that the GHSA decided to put a stop to it. So in my story, I just mentioned a couple of examples. I mean, one is, for example, the quarterback at Hughes this year is Darnell Kelly, one of the top quarterbacks in the state. And he started at Hughes. He went to Peachtree Ridge for 2 seasons, and now he's back at Hughes. All that's perfectly legal, and he'll be, a good quarterback for Hughes this season. But in the future, he would not be able to go back to Hughes. He would have only been allowed 1 transfer. So that's an example.
Yep, great point. And then I also want to just talk about what happened earlier this month, July 1st, the passing of T. McFerrin, one of the all-time greatest coaches in the state of Georgia. I know you wrote a lot of great pieces on that. Just talk about his impact and footprint that he left.
Yeah, thanks for asking me about him. Coach McFerrin was one of the, maybe a handful of coaches over the years that I was closest to. I would consider him a friend. And I just honestly don't know if there was a coach who had a greater impact and really had any more impressive career than he did. And I say that, I mean, there's some other coaches you could certainly argue were the best of all time, like a Larry Campbell or Nick Hyder or Alan Chadwick at Marist. But, with most of those guys like that were at one school and won a ton of games and championships. And which is obviously impressive. But McFerrin won region championships at 7 different schools, and in most of those cases, these were programs that were struggling, before he got there. And he won the first state title ever at Elbert County, won in '95, the first ever one at Jefferson in 2012. But more than that, he was just so well respected. After he retired in 2012, he continued to do a lot of coaching clinics. I believe he was with Glazer doing those, and people just just loved him. He just touched a lot of different people, because he was in all those different communities, and so big loss. And I mean, for those who didn't know him, you missed out on something, because he was definitely special.
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to that, when with McFerrin, when he passed, every coach in Northeast Georgia had something to say. It was all just so, because he coached at all these places, and from Peachtree to Jefferson to Tucker, everyone was impacted. But Todd, I'd just like to ask about the High School Football Daily in general. Like, it's such a great to get information out. It's so impactful and gets so much information about kids, about schools, out to just the masses. What are some of the things that y'all are going to be doing this year?
Well, we've pretty much kept a very similar format for the last many years, and we like to view it as kind of something that really chronicles the season very well and documents all the things that are going on. So, like in the preseason, before the first games and before the Corky Kell, we'll have a paragraph on every single coaching change. Who the new coach is, who the former coach was, where the former coach is now, the background of the new coach, and then we'll have preseason all-state teams. We'll have our Georgia Power 100 where we name, the top 100, what we think is the top 100 players. We'll have Maxwell ratings, predicting the coming season and that sort of thing. And then once the season starts, it's previewing games, and then also recognizing, as you mentioned, top individual performances every week, and kind of a similar, same tried and true format, and I think it just chronicles the season very well. We're not there necessarily to break a lot of news or to write a lot of long feature articles. It's just more, letting people know what's going on during the season, scores, standings, schedules, predictions, what happened last week, what's coming up, that sort of thing. And I think that's worked pretty well for us and why it's popular.
Yeah, I think what's also interesting about this year, you have Milton, a team that's won back-to-back state titles. You have Grayson, a team that was pretty young last year. They snuck up on some people. They won the state title. But then you have Bowden, a 3-time defending state champ. It hasn't been an easy road. They've had to play teams that even beat them in the regular season. But, I mean, how rare is it for a team to be going for a 4-peat in the state of Georgia?
Yeah, very rare. I guess the first team to ever do it was West Rome, 1982 to 85. That was kind of a legendary team. West Rome doesn't exist anymore, but people still remember the West Rome team. It's now merged into Rome. And then it didn't happen again, I believe, until I think it's just happened a couple times this century. I believe Buford might have done it, and then Elka won 5 in a row. And now Bowden. And this is, a small Class A public school. So this will be the first time a school that small, and I think it's a bigger accomplishment when it's a small public school, because, a lot of times with a small school, it's like you might have a really good class comes through and makes you really good. It's hard to just replicate that season after season. Like with a bigger school, you just got to, you got a whole lot more players to choose from, and 1 or 2 players can't make that much of a difference. So, yeah, very impressive. Bowden's got some pretty good history, but Coach Finley, I mean, he's one of the best, and he's really revived, the tradition of that program. And, Carroll County is just such a good football county. I'll mention that as well. You got Carrollton, Central Carrollton, and, so it's a fertile area where you've got a community that really supports it. And I think that's a big part of what Bowden's doing as well.
Todd, obviously, we appreciate your time. Last question, when does the newsletter start going full-time again?
It's August 1. So it is the e-newsletter is our main thing. We have a website where people can find us, Georgia High School Football Daily. But it's August 1 is when we kick it off, and we start, like I say, producing some of those things like preseason all-state, top players to look ahead to, and those kind of things. So hope everybody gets on the email list. It's a free publication.
Absolutely incredible resource and tool. Thank you so much, Todd, for joining us. We'll see you this season.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, we'll be back on the other side to continue Georgia High School Football Media Day.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
All right, welcome back to our Coach Kell Dave Hunter Classic interviews. We have another special guest in the building as West Forsyth head coach Dave Schvella. Excited to talk to him about this year's team. So let's go ahead and welcome on Coach. Coach, what's going on?
You know, it's a great day. It's not, I'm not melting, so it's pretty good.
It has been a hot summer, Coach.
It has. We've been going in the morning, so it hasn't been too bad.
Yes, sir. Certainly, Coach. And I want to go back to 2024, just ask you a little about the year, Coach. Your first year there, you guys go 9-4 mega quarterfinals. You do the same thing last year. What do you just attribute that success with this group to?
Well, I know if you coach good kids and they work hard, you're going to have a chance. And that first year in 2020, we just had some really good players. I mean, you know, we have a kid that got drafted in the 3rd round a couple weeks ago, and we got another kid that's going to probably get drafted in the first couple rounds next year. And then, but besides those guys, we had a lot of other good pieces, not necessarily exceptional, but just kids who work hard, play hard, understand the scheme and philosophically what we're trying to do. And last year, I mean, that was a surprise that year, but I think last year was probably a bigger surprise. We lost in the Corky Kell. We got off to an okay start, not great. Lost a game late in the year to North Atlanta that I mean, they earned it. I'll give them credit, but you know, they scored 2 touchdowns in the last 40 seconds of the game to beat us. And so, you know, so the run last year was a little bit more surprising, but the kind of kids that we have, you know, I know they're going to go to battle. I know they're not going to back down. I know they're going to play hard. It's just whether or not we got, as we like to say, enough lead in the pencil to get it done.
For sure. Now, Coach, I want to ask you about some of the playmakers this year. Obviously, I mean, running back is an underrated position for you guys, but you always produce it at a high level, right? We go back to Peyton Straco, who ended up going to Clemson, Foster Orris last year, and then you got a new guy, Andrew Davis. What can you tell us about that running back role this year for the Wolverines?
Yeah, it's funny you'd mentioned that. I was talking with our coaches the other day, and I said, think about how fortunate we've been here. My first year, Daba Fofana was our running back, and he started at Navy for a number of years. Just graduated and getting a full ride to medical school. Then we had Peyton Strecco, who's at Clemson. Then I had Ryder Stewart, who went to Alabama. And then Foster Orris had a heck of a year for us last year. I'd like to tell you that it's something special that we're doing coaching-wise, but that would be a lie. I mean, the kids have been good players. They've worked hard. The biggest thing for them is the weight room, because we don't always have that elite athlete kind of a kid. Our kids have got to get after in the weight room. They got to be strong. They got to be physical. And we've been fortunate to do that. Drew Davis, Drew's the smallest of all of them. So when you talk about our running back this year, he's not a big guy at all, but he's a 2-year starter at linebacker. He's not going to shy away from contact. And he'll do a good job for us. And then we've just got some young kids, Logan Hawkins behind him, that guys have been practicing really well, but shoot, you don't know how they're going to respond on a Friday night in August on television. Yeah.
For sure, Coach. Now I want to ask two-part question, Coach. I want to ask you first about your quarterback. He's really good. I think very underrated, big, massive, 6'2", 6'3", Maxwell Raven. Seems like those big games, Coach, he always comes up to play, and he's playing at a high level. So I want to ask you about that. And then just last year, I know you probably didn't feel the game went how you want, but y'all gave us a classic last year against, Prince Avenue Christian. Y'all was just throwing haymakers at each other. It was probably one of the best games that we had last year. Just talk a little about that game and what you remember.
Well, I didn't want IJ to be upset that the ad revenue money, people weren't watching the game anymore, so we tried to keep it close. Prince Avenue is a really good football team. They're just really good, and it was a good test for us. I don't want to take anything away from them. We didn't play very well. We played okay, but not very well. But that's kind of what you expect sometimes when you're first game of the year and lots of teams are starting new guys, and you just don't know where it's going to go. In that first game, after the first game, I certainly didn't predict a quarterfinal run, but I knew our kids would respond. Having a leader like Max, the Max be a 3-year starter. He actually started a game as a freshman for us as well, and played in the second half of crucial time as a freshman. So the experience thing is there. The biggest thing that he has going for him is two things. Number one, he's a lot more athletic than people think he is. They look at him and they go, 6'5" quarterback, kind of skinny. He's going to be a pocket statue, and he's just not. That's not what he is. He can run. And the other thing is just his grasp of the offense, making good decisions, getting the ball to the right guy, not taking too many chances with the ball. We want him to have some autonomy. We want to let his athleticism take over, but the ball is so precious. You just can't turn it over. And I've been real pleased with him in the spring and the summer about making good decisions with the ball.
Coach, I want to ask you about the decision to put Drew Davis at the running back role. He's started for you guys as a linebacker. How are you guys able to kind of alleviate that defensively, but also prepare him to take on that big role?
Well, when Drew was an 8th grader, Drew was about the same size he is now. Drew's not a very big kid, but he's pretty rocked up kid, and he was even as a middle school kid, and he played running back, and when I watched him, I actually thought he was going to be a running back or maybe a slot receiver for us. And we just had a couple other running backs that we've talked about that were here, and we knew he was a tough kid, so we put him on the defensive side of the ball. No, he's played there, so it wasn't brand new to him, but man, you just talk about finding the football. He is all over the place. He is everywhere the ball is. That's where Drew is. And quite frankly, we had 2 of those guys last year, 2 super undersized guys in James McCollar and Drew Davis. I wouldn't trade those guys for anybody. They are really, really good high school football players. Drew's a real savvy, real tough kid. He's a good athlete. He wants to carry the ball. He's just got to be prepared to play a lot of snaps this fall.
And then, Coach, I want to ask you about the lines of scrimmage. Looks like Jack Sacheti, he's going to be playing both sides of the ball for you. He's a guy that started, I think, as a sophomore early in his career. What do you feel like about the experience and then the ability for some of these guys to contribute on both sides?
Well, all coaches are biased, and we all love our guys, and we advocate for our guys, not at the expense of other guys, but certainly for our guys. I don't think there's a better defensive lineman around than Jack Sacheti. I really don't. I mean, I thought Jack was dominant last year. When we get off the field after playing in the quarterfinals at Douglas County, I mean, their coaches didn't come to me to shake my hand. They went over to shake Jack's hand because they couldn't block him. He's that kind of a player for us. He's just a tough kid. He's strong and he's physical and he's big and all that kind of stuff, but he's a tough guy. And the mentality fits what we're trying to do offensively. Right next to him is Tim Haribu, and Tim was a state champion wrestler last year. Tim probably played last season at 255. Last time I weighed Tim, he was 292. I feel like we're going to be decent up front. We got a couple holes to fill now, just like everybody does. But I like where we start with those guys up front. There's going to have to be some young kids that are going to have to play some roles for us and find some depth for us because, as you said, we're the great state of Georgia. We decided to play 3 games in the hottest month of the year, and so he can't play every snap. He just can't. I mean, I'm not going to ask him to do that. So we're going to have to find some depth. But those two, especially up front. We're returning Gavin Kirkland at right tackle as a starter last year also. So I like where we're at with the base group, but we've got to find some depth.
For sure. Well, Coach, it's all the time that we have. I want to say thanks so much, Coach Fellow, for coming on. Tell us about the Western Side Wolverines. Can't wait to catch you guys in action against Douglas Astros in the Corey Kell Dave Hunter Classic, Coach.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me.
Anytime, Coach. All right, guys, remember, you can catch this game 7:30 p.m. on Thursday night. So make sure you tune into that game between 2 really good teams.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. You work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. Today we're very proud to spotlight an organization that is pivotal in not only national defense, but also within the Georgia community and future leaders, the Georgia Army National Guard. Joining us today is Lieutenant Colonel Henderson from the Recruiting and Retention Battalion. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having us.
The Georgia Army National Guard has been a key partner for high school football in recent years. Why are high school sports so important to you?
So first of all, we're just proud to be here and partnered with the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic. But sports, I come from a sports background. We understand that young men and young women who play sports don't always have the opportunities to do that at the college level. And we want to capitalize on their sports ability, the teamwork that's been trained into them, their grind, and then bring them onto our team and give them an opportunity to not only serve us in the state of Georgia and remain in the state of Georgia, but go on to a technical college or start their career and family while serving us part-time in the Georgia National Guard.
And people may be familiar with the GI Bill and how that helps service members pay for their college. Does the National Guard have a similar program to that?
We do. We do offer the GI Bill, and on top of that, that's a federal resource, but we also offer state benefits. So we offer 100% tuition assistance to Georgia State high schools, technical colleges, and those sort of things. So you can double dip into both of those benefits.
And when you're looking for a new soldier to join in on these missions, what characteristics are you looking for?
Scholar, athlete, leader with a servant's heart. That's exactly what we're looking for. That's the folks that we have in the organization right now, and that's what we're looking to bring into the organization to propel it into the future so we can save lives and mitigate suffering in the state of Georgia and go and fight and win the nation's wars when needed.
Yeah, and then last year, obviously, we know the hurricane came through Georgia. That doesn't happen every year, but National Guard was there to step up. Just talk about how that has just exemplified what you guys do.
Yeah, so I was actually the battalion commander for the battalion that responded to those hurricane responses. And I've always had a hard time because I'm a GWOT guy. I grew up after 9/11 in the Guard, and it's always been hard for me to differentiate between what the active duty does and what the National Guard does. But I got an opportunity to take young men and young women, mostly between the ages of 18 and 24, and go save lives and mitigate suffering all throughout Southwest Georgia, a mission that I assumed would take about 3 months to do. We were able to complete that in 10 days.
Wow. Can you tell us a little more about your journey to the National Guard and what got you here today?
So I graduated from Commerce High School in 2002. A recruiter showed up to my school, and I'd never seen one before. And my boss at the time, I worked at the Commerce Recreation Department, and he said, "Hey, bro, you gotta figure out something to do after high school." And I wanted to take his job as a Recreation Department director, and he said, "No, that's not for you. You got to figure out a way to go to college." So I went and Googled at the Commerce Library how to go to college for free, and the first thing that popped up was the Georgia Military Scholarship at North Georgia College through the Georgia National Guard. They gave me $72,000. Now it's $85,000 paid for my room, board, books, tuition, uniforms. I actually made, on top of the GI Bill, about $2,000 a month just being in college. They paid for my bachelor's degree, they paid for a master's degree for me, and I'm in another master's degree right now. So it has taken me from where I was a trailer park kid, and it's propelled me to this level.
That's awesome.
And where can people find more information, and what can they find there?
Yep, so if you just go to www.nationalguard.com, it'll direct you to Georgia, or call 1-800-GO-GUARD, or just hit the QR code on the screen, and it will get you contacted with a recruiter.
And then maybe what's something more you wish more people knew about the National Guard?
Yeah, the biggest misunderstanding between the National Guard and the active duty is that we are an and organization. We want you to join the National Guard and go to college, join the National Guard and start a career, join the National Guard and start a family, where those things are not necessarily available if you join the active component. You're going to be mostly focused active duty on just doing your job day to day and don't have time to do a career, don't have time to go to college, don't have time to start a family. So we're an and organization. You can do both, get college paid for and start your life while you serve the citizens of Georgia.
Then I want to ask you just about the partnership with Georgia high school football, and what do you think makes that such a great fit?
There's just a cross tie between us. Like, we need athletes. This organization is a team built on physical prowess and grind, and that's created in the Pop Warner football all the way up through middle school football to high school football. That legacy of a grind. You can come grind for us and be successful and still be part of the team.
And what aspects of an athlete do you feel like makes them a perfect fit for the National Guard?
Strength and endurance, and then the ability to work well as a team.
And then talk about just all the different career paths that the National Guard is able to support.
So pretty much any job that you see in the civilian sector, we have something that can give you job skills qualifications to go get one of those jobs. So we have plumbers, electricians, infantrymen, engineers, cyber warfare, signal soldiers who do all those things that lead you directly into a civilian career. And then we have programs through the Work for Warriors Georgia where we help you create a resume after you get out of basic training in AIT, and then help you go get a job in that career field.
And when you reflect back on your journey and your time with the National Guard, what really stands out to you as one of the most impactful moments?
I think overall the most impactful moment was me learning about the National Guard. And then once I got brought into the family, like this organization is my family. I've been in it for 24 years now. Grew up with them from a 17, 18-year-old all the way to post 40 now. But they are legitimately my family. And every time they cast a vision for me and then made the things true for me to get to that vision. And once I got to that first vision, they recast that vision and helped me get to that vision and have continued to do those things for me, where I needed some male mentorship as a young man, and this place has delivered on that mentorship.
You were sharing with us the story of being in the library, searching how to get college paid for, but what would your advice be to Georgia high school football players, young kids, just that are interested in taking this journey also?
Yeah, I would just tell you, I was a high school athlete, and in my mind as a junior, I was going to go play college athletics. And that just wasn't in my future. And that's going to be typical for most of the high school athletes, is they're maybe not going to be able to play at that next level, but we offer an opportunity for you to still be part of a team, still use your physical prowess, your mental prowess, and your leadership abilities, coupled with what we bring to the table, and then elevate your future.
You mentioned being a part of a team. What other impacts will the National Guard have on these athletes if they choose to join?
Yep, so it's heavy, we call ourselves the leadership factory. And that's what we need in our communities and in our state, is to create leaders out of the young men and young women that are in high school right now, and then put those resources back out into the community to grow Georgia into a better state.
And then when can they get started? Right after graduation, later on?
Nope. So if you're a high school junior, you can join now, and you would go to basic training your senior high school summer, and then go to AIT after that senior high school summer. And then if you're a senior in high school right now, you can join right now, and we'll send you to basic training AIT next summer into the fall, and then start college in that spring semester. So you can, if you're high school junior, high school senior, you can join right now.
And we want to encourage you all listening, if you want to scan the QR code that's at the bottom of your screen to learn even more about the National Guard. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Henderson, for joining us and speaking with us today. And we'll be back right after this break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. You know, my career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you worked with your hands, you did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet, you know. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At Scout Smart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. Scout Smart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, Scout Smart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute. The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. I'm joined by Hayden Gilbert right now. We will have LaGrange on with head coach Matt Napier to talk about their team this season. Coach Napier, how's it going?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Doing well. So you guys are coming off a great year, obviously, and one of the biggest strengths is going to be that experience. You guys have a 30-member senior class, 30 returning seniors on this team. How has the experience helped you guys this offseason?
Yeah, last year was kind of completely opposite of this scenario. We came in with 9 new starters on offense and 9 new starters on defense, and I think it's flipped this year. We've got 9 returners offensively and 9 returners defensively. So, the impact that'll have on our team will be, critical to our long-term success. We've got some guys that have bought into our program and our system and how we do things. And this group is a reflection of that. When you have 30 seniors, you've got a chance to have great leadership, and you've got a chance to have quality depth with experience. So we're excited about this group. We're excited about the potential for our future success, and we're eager to get the season started.
Yeah, and Coach, with 9 returning starters on both sides of the ball, I mean, how competitive was spring practice for you guys, just seeing those 2 sides go at it?
Yeah, look, practice is competitive every day. I mean, look, we're iron sharpens iron, as they say. So the kids are, it's a competitive group. So you put the ball down, the guys are ready to get after it and compete with each other. And they do the same in the weight room, practice field, just about everything we do. We took the seniors to paintball last week for kind of our senior night, and that was extremely competitive. Now, some of it turned towards, the coaches versus the players, which we had a lot of fun with, but just a great group that supports each other, and just excited for the opportunity to get to coach this group. My son is a senior this year in this group, so I've been watching these young men all the way up from rec ball, so it's an exciting time.
Coach, I feel like the offense has found its identity. You guys are well balanced, have a ton of different guys contributing. But defensively, you guys have really taken the next step. With all this experience returning, how confident are you in this defensive group this year?
Yeah, so a lot of experience. Now, look, we're not a team in the last couple of years that has a lot of size. On the books or during the warm-ups, we don't walk out there and we don't have the big 6'4" guy or the big 6'3" defensive end or the big massive offensive tackle. Now, we've had those in years past, but that's not what we are this year. But we're very strong and we're very quick and we're very physical and experienced. So, that defense comes out and we've got, on the hoof, it doesn't look like a great big old group, but the kids know how to play the game. They're experienced, and we are as fast as we have ever been since I've been here. This being my 6th year, this is the fastest team we've ever had. And that secondary has those guys that can really run. Javier Easter, Zy Huzzy, Jadarian Williams, J.D. Render, Jordan Stringer, Mason Blandenberg. All of those guys really tested at an elite level here in the Ironman competition we just had. So that'll be a strength. And in that front returns all but one. So it'll be critical for that group to control the box, and we're excited about that guy.
Games, and then y'all went on this run all the way to the state semifinals. Now, neither of those losses were bad losses. Those were 2 really good teams. But when you start a season like that, sometimes teams fold. Just talk to me about how those guys faced it and came out stronger for it.
Well, that speaks volumes of our culture. We that's kind of our deal since our staff took over is, the culture of things are, you show up and work, you show up and do things the right way, regardless of the circumstances or what you may be going through. And I think that's a sign of a established program. When adversity hits or you go through tough battles, we had great leadership last year in that senior class, and the kids were resilient. They went back to work. They knew that we had plans in place to be able to overcome those things. Obviously, you talk about mental toughness. We played every single game all the way to the semifinals on the road, and we're able to have some really, really good success. So, just staying focused, staying the course. The kids believe in what we do. The trust is there. Trust is a big thing on a football team. Our players trust each other. They know they've worked hard. And then, just on a daily basis, reminding them, encouraging each other to stay the course and continue to fight. Those were tough losses early. We were 1-2 after the first 3 games. So, and then to finish the way we did just speaks volumes of the character of that senior class and the character of our team. We knew that we were going to have some bumps in the road with that group because we had so much inexperience. So we knew the ceiling was really high. We knew that we were going to get better through the experience of the players, and we did that. So really excited about this group, and they'll have the same challenge. Hopefully we won't end up 1-2 or going through a similar situation. But the way our schedule is, as tough as it is, there's going to be times where there's going to be adversity hit. Things aren't going to go the way you want it to. And with our region and our non-region schedule, we know that things could get difficult, and we'll stick together if that circumstance occurs.
And Coach, you'll be playing a great Cass team, a 4A team that is really going to be able to make a run in that classification this year. In terms of just a matchup to start the season, what are your takeaways of playing Cass?
Yeah, just an extremely talented team and a very, very well coached team. I got a lot of respect for their coaching staff and how they do things. They're an impressive bunch. Obviously the quarterback's committed to Mississippi State, and the big left tackle is committed to Michigan. Enough said, right? I mean, those kids are elite players. The crazy thing about it is they've got other players around them that are really, really talented, really, really physical, big football team. So, look, it'll be an extreme challenge. Obviously the heat will be big at 5 o'clock. Early in the season. So that'll be critical on how we handle those things. And, I know that their programs ran the right way. I know Coach does a phenomenal job getting their team ready to play. So we'll have our hands full. We're excited about the challenge. We've always been excited to play really, really good competition, and this is no different. We know we've got an extreme challenge on our hands with these guys, and I think our kids have embraced it. They're looking forward to it.
And then talk about A.J. Johnson a little bit in this H-back role offensively. H-backs don't grow on trees. Just what makes him a good piece of this offense?
Yeah, it's in what we do offensively. It's a critical role. Him and Abby Ayala and Nehemiah McLaughlin will all share that role and all play some on defense. We're a AAA team, and we've got some guys that cross over some. So those guys are kind of the point of what you do physically. If you're running some of the stuff that we run, those guys are critical, and they're undersized, 5'5", 5'6", 200-pound, 190-pound guys that are really play the game the right way, that lift weights and are really strong. And AJ's no different. He's a great leader for our football team. He'll play some on defense this year for us being a senior, and it'll be a critical role. We're excited about him in his senior year.
And then, Coach, real quick, just Noah Outland being healthy this year, what do you expect from him leading that linebacker core? Yeah,
Noah's an elite player. When we lost him week 3 last year, he was one of our best players on our football team. He brings speed, physicality, quickness that not a lot of players are blessed with at this level. And so we're excited about him. He's a tool defensively that can really be special for us. And he plays the game the way the game was supposed to be played. I mean, he runs to the ball like you wish every player ran to the ball. So I'm excited about him, his leadership, him getting into that senior role and being able to be the type of player that we need him to be for our team. And I've coached Noah since he's been 8 years old, and he's been a phenomenal player since he started. So I'm excited about his senior year. His recruiting would have been a little bit hotter had he got to play a full junior year. And I'm sure by mid-season there'll be a lot of folks knocking on the door to try to get in the mix with him, because he is an elite player.
Certainly. Well, Coach, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Can't wait to see you kick things off this season.
Awesome. Go Grangers.
Go Grangers. All right, we'll be back on the other side with Callaway.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Football Media Days. We're excited to welcome in head coach Pete Wiggins from Callaway. Coach, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Just starting out with your guys, so far this offseason, what's impressed you the most?
Well, I'm proud of our senior leadership. We got 19 seniors, and I feel like those guys have done a great job just setting the tone in the weight room, on the field, and that always means a lot to success of a football team. So I'm really proud of our seniors right now.
And your team has dominated your region in recent years. What do you feel like is testament to this recent success?
Well, I wouldn't say dominate our region. I mean, we've had a very competitive region, playing really good football teams, and but our guys do work hard, and I'm proud of the successes we've had. But it's also each week is very tough, and playing some really good football teams that are coached really well, and they have good players, and I know that it'll be that way again this year.
And you mentioned it is a really tough region. So what do you feel like gives your team that competitive edge heading into August?
Well, number one, I think that, when we go on the field, our kids, there's a tradition here, there's a tradition of success, and it's been going on for a long time, and the kids work hard, and there's a big expectation. So, whether it's a region game or non-region game or, scrimmages, our kids want to compete at a high level. So, what drives that? I just think that that there's a great expectation from Callaway football, from our community, from our coaches, from our players, to have success on Friday nights.
Coach, you're entering your 21st season with Callaway. What has kept your passion for the game of football up high throughout these years with the Cavaliers?
Well, I enjoy coming to work. I think it's about relationships. I think that, I love our players, our school, the people that I work with. I enjoy my job. I've been doing it a long time, and getting a little older, but I really enjoy what I do. I enjoy the camaraderie of our coaches staff, and just seeing the players get better. I mean, it's football. I think is the greatest game on earth. It just prepares kids so much for life down the road after football, after high school, and there's so many things that they can learn from it. And but to watch young people grow and work and get better and become better teammates and just I feel like that football is always a big factor in the climate of the school, and I think that just our kids working hard and believing in one another helps make a successful school climate. So there's lots of reasons, but I enjoy what I do, and I enjoy Callaway High School.
And your team has won 3 straight region titles, along with 10 consecutive seasons of recording at least 9 wins. You've probably said this before, but what has helped your team be consistently performing at that high of a level?
Well, they work, I mean, it's there's nothing magic. I mean, we lift weights all year round. There's a couple of weeks off, but the kids work. I mean, they come into the weight room and they grind for a long time. And, we work on the field. We go to a lot of camps. We compete against really good teams. We compete against good players. And there's just an expectation that, we want to play at a high level, and we got great coaches. For a long time, we've always had I feel like that we've had great coaches that are good on the field, but they're also, they're good people. So I think a lot of ingredients for success in that.
And what are you looking forward to most in this Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic matchup against Prince Avenue?
Wow, what a great team. Prince Avenue, so much tradition. They'll have really good players. So, it's going to be a huge challenge. And but I just want to see our football team grow. I want to see the work that we've put in for a long time against a really good opponent. I want to see our team grow and get better. Go out and compete against good players. Team that's well coached, and hey, let's get better. Let's get better for the next game. Let's get better for the region. Let's put ourselves in a situation so that maybe late in the year you see really good players, you see good teams. Maybe later in the year that it prepares us for a playoff game.
Well, and going off that Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic, how big are events like these for teams to really get exposure and talking about that growth you mentioned, for that growth for your players?
I think it's huge. I mean, it's a statewide game, and it's a game that's got so much tradition, and so many big teams have played in the game before, and it's very successful. So I think it's a great opportunity for our school. For our kids, and we're looking forward for that for that game and the opportunity.
And Coach, sorry, Georgia, what do you believe your team needs to improve on this season to make another deep run in the playoffs after last year ended your streak of 8 consecutive seasons of making it to at least the quarterfinal round?
Well, we got a lot of things we got to improve at. Every day's a challenge. I mean, you go out and work, and there's so many this fundamental football we got to get better at. But I'm not going to say anything specific. But every day's a challenge because we want to get better individually as a player. And then as that happens, our team gets better. But, we got a lot of work to do. We lost some really good players from last year. Got a great group of seniors that are doing a really good job at leading and working. And but each day is each day we want to go try and get better. So hopefully we can do that.
And last quick question, as you reflect on your time as a coach at Callaway, what stands out to you as one of your favorite memories?
Oh gosh, that's a great question. But I got a lot of great memories. I mean, I would have to say, obviously, this winning a state championship was really a huge deal. In 2020. But that's a big deal. But there's been so many big games and so many great players over the years. I don't want to just single out any one event. Just building relationships with our players and our coaches and our community for so long. It's rewarding, and it's to see players from the past. And I've been doing this a long time, and but to see players from the past that worked really hard and dedicated themselves to our team and to our program. That's what it's all about, and so that helps me get up and come to work each day, and I think that's really. I don't know if that's answering your question. I know you want one special memory, but there's so many memories as far as big games, great players, working with really good coaches. So it's just really, really special as far as being here at Callaway High School and playing on Friday nights.
Well, that's very well said, Coach Wiggins. Best of luck to your guys this season, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thank you for having me. I hope y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much. And stick with us. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Hi, welcome back to Georgia High School
Basic
Football
Combat
Media
Training
Days. We're going to be joined by Creekside head coach momentarily, but while we wait for him, there's a lot to talk about with him once he does come because they've had a lot of success in recent years.
Yes, they've been very good. Last year, they won 10 straight games that lasted up until their loss in the semifinal round to Marist. They even had 5 shutouts in those games. And also, their offense was really good because they didn't just win, they dominated. In their victories last year, they had a margin of points of almost 39. They were absolutely dominant last year, and it'll be good to see them get back on track this year.
Well, and you talked about the success last year, but they've had 10-plus wins for 3 seasons in a row. So it's great to have a good season, but to be able to stack seasons upon seasons, like that success, to see that for the past 3 seasons is really impressive, and it's really testament to Coach Dixon. So it'll be interesting to see, how he plans to continue that success, because I feel like that's one of the hardest things with teams is when you've been successful, how do you continue doing that?
Yeah, and joining a new region can be difficult, but they absolutely. They did not have any trouble with that with their new region last year. They went undefeated with a 7-0 record in there, and now he's entering his 9th season with the Seminoles. His longevity there is a testament to how successful he's been there, and.
Well, and we mentioned, the last coach that we just talked to, Coach Wiggins, he had been there for 21
This
seasons?
is his 21st season, yeah.
So the fact that Dixon's been there for 9 seasons is very impressive, and obviously he knows a lot, and he is going to bring a lot to the table this season. I think we have Dixon with us now. How's it going, Coach? Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here. How y'all doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Well, we were just talking about, being with this team for 9 seasons, having as much success as you've had in recent years. What's been the key to your success?
I think, number one, I started off having a very supportive administration, and we've had some changes, but that support has continued throughout the changes. And then number one, during our first year, even though we weren't that successful, we laid down some foundational values in our program, and those values have kind of carried us through the last 9 years. And, kids have gotten better. They've bought into what we want to do. So, all that helps too.
Well, and it seems like you've been having a lot of hard work during the off season, but also some fun too with team camp and then barbecue on the 4th of July. Why is it so important to balance out the hard work with the fun too?
Football is a really, really tough sport, man. It's a grind. It's something that you got to commit to doing every day. So you got to reward kids for putting in the hard work. I worked for a coach a long time ago. He told me, kids will do a lot for a cold Gatorade and a slice of pizza. So, every once in a while we try to pat them on the back and reward them for their hard work and committing to our process.
And then, Coach, I wanted to ask you, y'all took a small step back last season. You went out in the semifinal round. What does your squad need to work on this offseason to get back to the championship game this year?
Just looking at the bigger picture, we lost a lot of guys like the class 24, the team that made that state run. So honestly, we played 15 sophomores last year. So for me, when we was in the semifinals and actually had a chance to win it, and the expectation was for us to win it, I thought, number one, we were ahead of schedule, and number two, we've done a great job with the program of, being consistent, and, everybody has the expectation of us going and completing that 15th game. But our kids have, took the challenge, and they're hungry. This senior class has played a lot of football, and they've traveled all across the country and played a lot of different states and a lot of different scenarios. So I think they're ready to take that next step and win 15th game.
And then looking at your offense, y'all were dominant in your victories, averaging a margin of almost 39 points in your 10 wins. What can you say about this group heading into this season?
Like I told you, when you think about our senior class, guys like Eric Paul and Damian Henderson, these guys have been playing since they was in 9th grade. So when we went out to California and played Mater Dei, they took meaningful snaps. And last year when we went to DeSoto, Eric Paul and Bam had to play both ways the whole game because we lost some guys before the game. So they've taken a lot of meaningful snaps. So when they get in front of, regular competition, it's kind of, not easy, but they just know what they're doing.
You mentioned playing 15 sophomores last season. Who are some of the younger guys that stepped up for you last year that you're really excited to see perform this season?
Well, we'll start up front on the offensive line. Guys like Caleb Noel and Rylan Robertson. These two young men have started every game since they've been in ninth grade. So you're talking about 29 starts. And they're going to be juniors this year. I talked about Damian and Bam. Another guy is Sid Kelly at back. Really an athlete because he can play all over the field. He's a guy that's been playing a lot of meaningful snaps, and he's going to be a senior this year. My entire D-line, except one guy, Marlon Jones, who's a senior, all of those are returning juniors. And they really are the engine that make the car drive on defense. Major Lavelle is another 29-game starter. Guys in the back end like Hayden Dixon and Carter Jamison are two juniors this year who got meaningful snaps last year, who are going to really be impact players for us this year too.
And what helped your team be so prepared for your new region last year? You guys were so dominant in there with a 7-0 record. What helped you prepare for that new region?
It's the non-region games that we play. Nothing against the teams in our region, but if you compare them to like a DeSoto or a Mater Dei or a St. Peter's Prep, it's really not the same game. So we get used to playing at that game speed, and when we come into the region, we're at a completely different speed than everybody else.
Well, you have the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic coming up. How big is it to have events like these to start off your season?
Man, when I first took over the job, it was a dream to play in events like this. To meet Dave, he's a great guy, and he had a respect that he chooses us to play in his events. It's just it shows how far we've come, how hard we've worked, and how far we've come as a program. So anytime we get to play and showcase our kids and expose our kids on the statewide, national level, it's just an opportunity that we're going to look forward to every time.
And Coach, as you enter your 9th season with Creekside, what is your best memory in your entire time there?
It's a couple of them. I can remember after going 0-10 the first year, beating Douglas County in a great game and winning the region championship. I can remember, stepping into the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and playing for a state championship. I can also remember the opportunity for my son to be a part of my football team and growing my program. And it's a lot of kids that I've been coaching since they were 5 and 6 years old who are juniors now, who I just appreciate their parents for taking the opportunity and giving us a chance to develop them into young men.
And we have time for one more quick question. So obviously, entering your 9th season, you've taught these young men a lot. What have they taught you?
Patience. Everything doesn't come when you want it to come, but if you consistently commit to doing the right thing all the time, it's going to happen for you when you need it to. I think that's the biggest thing, and all of these are my children, man. So I watch them grow from little kids and to young men. There's so many things going on around right now. I'm just glad to have a group of boys that make good decisions.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Coach Dixon, and good luck to your boys in the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic coming up.
Hey, thank you. Try Pride.
Thank you so much, and we'll be back right after this short break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back into Georgia High School Football Media Day. Joining us now is Cedar Grove head coach Rich Freeman. How are you doing today, Coach?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I love the energy. I'm doing better now. Well, so you're entering your first season as a Saints head coach. How's the transition been so far for you?
Well, it's been pretty good. Born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I have some familiarity with Cedar Grove and its tradition after having been a player in the APS, the Atlanta Public School System. Was never able to beat them. But have some good friends on campus that were here before I got here, so they were able to help get me acclimated to Cedar Grove.
And having been a former Morehouse College head coach, how do you feel like your coaching experience at the college level better prepared you to be a high school head coach?
Well, that's the good thing. Morehouse College, we were a Division II program, and while we had high notoriety as far as social justice and as far as academics was concerned, we played on one of the lower levels in the NCAA. So the transition, definitely not to diminish what happened in Morehouse, but the transition was not too much different because smaller colleges are run like major high school programs. So I think that helped me a lot.
Yeah, and Coach, how has that helped you kind of delegate responsibilities to the rest of your staff, just seeing how they do it at the college level?
Well, we were fortunate. I was fortunate to be able to bring 5 of my former assistants that coached with me at Morehouse. So that helped out. And then also we retained a couple of coaches from the previous staff, from last year's staff here at Cedar Grove. And, I tell you, they've been very helpful in, just kind of teaching us what to do coming in, some of the ancillary duties that will support and orbit the football program. So that's been a blessing for us.
Yeah, and bringing in those 5 coaches on staff, I'm sure that took some time to get everyone settled in. When do you feel like this offseason you guys really had the pieces in place and could hit the ground running?
I tell you, those 7-on-7 tournaments, they were very helpful. The Corky Kell 7-on-7, where we were able to go to Georgia Tech and play against some of the top talent, and get game film, go down to University of Georgia and play in their camps and play in the OTAs with Buford and, just it's little things that we were able to do program-wise that actually helped us to get our feet up underneath us. Now, we didn't have as much success, but at the same time, we weren't looking for instant success. We were just trying to lay the floor plan together of our program. So I think those experiences was able to help us to pretty much implement our 3 phases, two of our 3 phases, the offensive and defensive football phases.
And Coach, who are some of the guys that have just been in communication with you on the team that have helped you develop that player leadership?
Well, definitely our top leader is a young man that's probably got about 20 offers right now. His name is Dexter Mincy. And Dexter, not only is a great player, come from a great family. Mom is a math teacher in the building, but he's an even better person. He's someone that has at least 1 championship to his credit here at Cedar Grove, and he has another runner-up. So he knows how to win. He understands the recruiting landscape, knows Cedar Grove, and he knows and handles the locker room very well. So to come in right off the bat and to have a good relationship with Dexter, that's been helpful with helping me because one of my charges is to come in and win the locker room. So that's definitely helped me out a whole lot. Another one has been Deshaun Hendricks. Deshaun hadn't been as vocal as Dexter, and he too is a major prospect, has close to 30 offers as a tight end and, outside linebacker, defensive end guy. He's been helpful as well, helpful in the community. Both kids helping to raise money and generate revenue. So they have been blessings for us, and hopefully that's not too long of an answer, but I could talk all day long about those two.
Yeah, Coach, and you were just talking about Dexter. He's one of two guys that's returning that was an all-region offensive lineman, and we know games are won in the trenches. So how big is this offensive line going to be for you all this season?
He's going to be huge. He's tipping the scales at about 325, 330 pounds, about 6'3". And is a cerebral player as well. He's a tell him once, doesn't have to keep on, because we're doing the same thing that we did at Morehouse. So, we're bringing more so of college-style protections and, definitely not to discredit what's going on the high school level, but, you have a little bit more time to work on some of those finer nuances. And, so we're teaching them just like we taught at Morehouse and on the college level. He retains very quickly. So it's good to have someone that's good and that's also sharp in terms of X's and O's. Has a real high learning curve, so I'm very, very pleased with that.
And Coach, this Cedar Grove team, it's one of the most historic teams in Georgia. They've won 5 state championships in the past decade. How has that Cedar Grove culture really rubbed off on you?
It really has, once you get a chance to walk around and, everyone in the building is asking questions about practice. Everyone in the building asking questions about, have I had an opportunity to go foster relationships with parks and recreation leagues, foster relationships with our middle school program. Those are two very competitive football programs, the Gresham Park area and the Cedar Grove Middle School. So everyone understands what football is all about, what it has done for our culture and community, and they're aware. So that's helped me to. That's what I've been always looking for. I've always wanted to be a part of a program, or be a part of infrastructure, if you will, that really holds the sport of football and everything that comes with it in a very high regard. And that comes from the top, comes from our principal, our assistant principals, comes from the teachers, student body. Everyone talks about winning, and that's a breath of fresh air to me with nearly 30 years experience. I heard it at Tennessee State. That's why I went to school at. That's why I played at, and the school was located on the head football coach's. His name was the name of the street to get to the school, John Merritt. So I got that type of vibe coming to Cedar Grove. It's significant.
Well, your team will have a big test to kick off the season at the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic. What are you looking to see from your team on that big stage?
One thing we wanted to do was lay our philosophy out. Our philosophy is to play fast, to play hard, and to play smart. I think if that philosophy is shown to me throughout the pregame, throughout the entire course of the game, and after the game, as we finish that game with dignity, pride, and class. If we see those three things for the most part, then I'll be well pleased.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you and your team at the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic. Thank you so much for joining us today, Coach.
Okay, thank you. Go Saints.
Thanks, and stick with us. We'll be back here right after this quick break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. Joining us now is the head coach of Douglas Atlanta, head coach Stanley Pritchett. How are you doing today, Stanley? Can you hear us? We're just having some technical difficulties while we figure that out. Coach, you with us, Coach?
Yes, this is me. How you doing?
Yes, I hear you. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Glad to be on the show.
All right. Well, we're glad to have you. So looking at, this season, you'll only have 7 seniors. So who are you really looking to from the underclassmen to really step up and help you out this year?
We're looking for a host of young guys who are juniors. John Amofa Jr. He returned. He played a lot last year at the D lineman. We're looking for him to be a leader for our team. It's also Prince Cooper, another D lineman. We got a couple other young guys. Jaleel Rodriguez, our quarterback. He's an upcoming junior. So we got some new faces, but we look forward to competing in the 2025.
So besides developing this young talent, what's been some of your other focus this summer heading into August?
Just developing our guys. Like I said, we lost a lot last year from our, we had a veteran group, had over 20 seniors. We just wanted to kind of develop that camaraderie, that bond where the guys are, they're the leaders of the program now. They got to step up, and take control of the program. And we've just been trying to, get that discipline and that mindset as we go into the 2025 season.
Coach, I know these big games you have early in the season has helped sharpen the focus for your group. When I talked to you, I believe it was last month, you said the goal for the team is just going to be to stick together. You guys know that these are going to be tough opponents. How important is that going to be just for them to be able to pick each other up during the game and have that collective focus?
Well, football is a lot like life. You're gonna go through adversity. You're gonna have, when you have tough times. So we want to just, have the mindset that we're gonna stick together no matter what. Through the good and the bad. I know, we're playing a, tough opponent in the Corky Kell and West Forsyth. So we're looking forward to the challenge, and we just want to go out and compete and do the best that we can.
And Coach, you have a couple of returning starters, but a guy that is kind of stepping into the spotlight this season is going to be Stephen Atchison, playing a big role defensively. Just talk about what you're excited to see with him.
I'm excited about Steve because he's just a great kid, a great young man. He's always in the right place, going to do the right thing, not only on the football field, but in the classroom. So I'm excited about him. He's very physical. He makes a lot of plays, and he's been one of the guys, one of the seniors, been one of the guys who's been a kind of a culture guy, kind of setting the culture that we want, for our program.
And then last year, obviously defensively, you guys were outstanding. I felt like you guys probably had the most talented secondary in the state. Teams were afraid to pass on you, and that was really the anchor of the defense. Who has kind of been learning from those guys last year that gives you confidence to step up in the secondary, be vocal, and communicate with the other guys?
Yeah, we have a guy, Keontae Webb. He didn't play football last year, but he played basketball. He got injured in the summertime, so he didn't get a chance to play football last year. So we're expecting him to step up. I think our defense is going to be very solid again. Our front seven is, if not the top in the state in AAA, it's probably going to be very close to the top. So we just need those young guys in the secondary to kind of step up and to look forward to making plays and competing against some tough competition.
All right, and Coach, I want to make our way back over to the offensive side of the ball. Right now, returning, you guys only have one guy who had more than 5 receptions last season. That is sophomore Demarion Parrott. So he's only a sophomore, but with that, he's really the only guy that was a receiver that had significant minutes last year. So how is he really stepping into that role very early on in his career as like a leader for the wide receivers?
Well, he was the only guy that played last year, so he has to step up. He understands that, he got a good foundation from the guys last year. That we had a lot of older guys that really kind of set the table for him and showed him the way. So he's doing the same thing for our young guys that we have this year. He's done an excellent job in practice of competing and practicing hard, conditioning in the weight room, and he's trying to get better.
Yeah, and Coach, now this is coming on your 5th season as head man here at Douglas. So far, you guys made the playoffs in 3 straight seasons, and you guys made it past the first round for the last time last season. How do you feel that season by season you've been building on the success that you've had here at Douglas?
Well, when I first got there, we were 1-9, so we come a long way from that. We just wanted to continue when the first year wanted to build a great foundation, which I think we did. We want to continue to build, with our young guy, young talent. We have a lot of young talent, that's coming back. So we want to, get these guys experience, and just take it one week at a time and kind of grow and, see where the season's going to take us this year.
And then Janarius Gooden, he's going to be a contributor on offense. He can do a lot of different roles for you. What makes him special?
He's versatile. He can play receiver, can play running back, has a great balance. And I'm excited to see him play. Like I say, last year he didn't get a chance to play much. But when he did play, he had some good, good moments. So I'm excited to see him kind of step up into a new role of being one of the top guys on the offense.
Yeah, and Coach, another guy that I haven't mentioned yet is the returning region player of the season. That'd be John Wilson. He played quarterback and running back for you guys last season. How do you feel that he's going to make an impact for you guys this season?
John, he's going to be a guy that we depend on. He's been around for 4 years now, and we expect him to be definitely the leader of the offense.
Well, you mentioned the Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic earlier. I kind of want to go back to that. How important do you think it is to start your season on such a big stage?
I think it's very important. I think, going against great competition like, Westport. Last year we went against LaGrange. I thought it kind of propelled our season and, coming out with a tough victory. I think, going on the road against West Forsyth is going to be tough. And it's kind of going to set the tone for our team. And, like I said, we're going to have some, some good times and bad times. We just got to stay together and compete and see how things turn out.
Focusing on those good times, what's something you're hoping to see as a positive takeaway from these next few weeks?
we just want to continue to get better, in the weight room, on the football field, just doing the little things, making sure that, our offense, we don't turn the ball over. We're very physical and up front. And then, like I said, on defense, our defense is lights out. Our defense has really controlled our offense all summer long. They really made our offense grow up, and I think it's made us a lot better as an offense. So our defense I think, is pretty top notch, and I'm just looking forward to see them play.
And Coach, Douglas has been a relevant school across the board athletically. What's your favorite thing just about the culture at Douglas, just being a part of it?
To me, Douglas is a family. I'm a graduate of Frederick Douglass, class of '92, so we have a saying, "What's an Astro? Always an Astro." And that's what we want to do. We want to have a family atmosphere. We want to have a good time, and we want to make sure guys get to the next level.
And then, who are you guys going to scrimmage before the season gets started?
We scrimmage Rockdale on August 8th, the first week of school, at Friday, at Rockdale.
And you scrimmaged them last year as well?
Yes, we scrimmaged them last year as well.
Okay, and then just real quick, just thoughts on the region this year. I mean, how important it is with the new playoff seedings to try to get a top seed?
Well, our region is very tough. Stevenson made it to the Final Four last year. You have Cedar Grove, which is, they're going to be young, but they always have talent. You got Mount Zion, Luella. I think is going to be very tough. They have a lot of guys coming back. They have a new coach, so and they made it to the second round last year as well. So North Clayton, Riverdale, it's a very tough region. We're looking forward to, taking it 1 week at a time, not looking too far ahead. And then we'll see what the chips fall where they may, because, in the playoff ranking, you can't really lose a game, especially in your region. So we just want to take it, be 1-0 and see where we go from there.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Coach, and good luck to your guys this season.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we'll be back right after this short break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. It's you work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. Joining us now is North Atlanta head coach Jamie All. How are you doing today?
Doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing well. So starting off, North Atlanta made the playoffs last year for the second consecutive season, though they fell in the first round. Even though you were region champs last year, so you had a great season, but it fell short. What have you been focusing on this offseason to try and make sure that you can make a deeper run in the playoffs?
Yeah, so, the formula kind of stays the same. We really got back in the weight room, started working hard again in January. You know, obviously our goal every year is to do something that's never been done at North Atlanta. 2022, we won a first round game, a playoff game for the first time in school history. 23, we won 9 games in the regular season for the first time in school history. 24, we won the region championship for the first time in school history. So, you know, now obviously the goal is to try and find a way to make a little bit of a deeper run. You know, obviously with the goal in mind of having practice on Thanksgiving.
And when you look at your team this offseason heading into August, what's the position group that stood out to you so far?
Really, I think our box on defense, you know, our D-line and our linebackers have really stood out as being pretty good football players. We've got a class of 26 nose, Alfonso Dreher, that's a really big, strong, physical kid. And then we got a class of 27 defensive tackle, 3 technique, defensive end, and our odd front stuff. Sebastian Miles that's picked up several offers in the spring, and he's just a really big, really strong guy. You know, and then linebackers, Cash Coates, Quinn Herring, Kingston Adams did a really good job throughout the spring and this summer at some padded camp. So that's really the 2 groups that have stood out the most.
And then, Coach, you're talking about all the historic firsts that North Atlanta has been experiencing the last few years. You guys graduated a great senior class, including Ian Reynolds, your quarterback for multiple seasons. What's that position looking like this year?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're still trying to figure out. We've got a rising senior, Ryan Edwards, that's been in the program. And then we've got a young man, Weston Goodman, that's a rising junior, and they're battling it out. It might come all the way to week 1 before we figure out or kind of land on somebody that's going to be that starting guy that'll get the majority of the reps. But it might be a situation where both of those guys play, because it's pretty even right now, and they do some different things. They've got kind of different skill sets. So we'll see how it goes.
And then last year, you guys win the first region title in school history, and that was also when you guys joined up into the highest classification. You guys had some memorable games for sure. I know it's going to be an exciting region again. What's your thoughts about running it back in this, Region 6?
Region 6, yeah. It's going to be tough. I mean, there's a lot of parity in our region, and there's 2 or 3 of those region games that we won that if a play doesn't go right or something doesn't go exactly the way we needed it to, we don't win that game. So, week to week, it's going to be a battle. We're going to have to prepare the right way Monday through Thursday, and then play our best football every Friday to have a chance to win.
And, Coach, I really want to touch on one specific player here, and that's rising sophomore defensive back Bryce Willingham. He was the only guy that's returning who made the all-region first team last season, and he did it as a freshman. So, Coach, how good is Willingham, and what is the ceiling that you see for him?
I mean, he's probably the best defensive back I've been around in 20 years, and for him to be able to come in and make the impact he did right away as a freshman. I mean, he led our team in interceptions, and we kept looking last summer. We're like, okay, he looks good in 7-on-7, but it's going to be different in the scrimmage when the pads come on. And then he stepped up to the plate, and then we're like, okay, well, game 1's on TV. He's definitely going to look like a freshman. And then, he picks one off in a big situation against Kell and gives us a chance to score and tie the game. He doesn't flinch. The moment's never too big for him. His ceiling is as high as he wants to take it. I mean, I see him as he's obviously a big time Power 4 prospect. He's already got those type of offers going into his sophomore season. So, he's a guy that we're going to see on Saturdays playing in the SEC or the Big Ten somewhere, and, could have a chance to see him playing on Sundays.
Right, and Coach, there's been some talk right now that maybe he'll play both ways for you guys this season. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, we've been working him at receiver all spring and summer. I mean, he's that type of athlete. So, we don't have the numbers that some other 6A programs will typically have. So our best guy's got to play, and if he's one of our best on 11, he's going to play on offense as well.
And I know, Coach, I'm going to be comparing apples to oranges here, but you were mentioning how you think that he's going to be a Power 4 guy, SEC, Big Ten guy. You coached one of those guys last season in Chase Linton, who was the Region Defensive Player of the Year. For more, not as a skill set, more as like a leader and how they work in practice. Do you see any similarities between those two?
Yeah, I mean, he's similar to the way Chase was when Chase was a freshman going into his sophomore year, kind of a quiet, understated guy that just comes and does his work. And then, obviously as Chase got older and developed in our program, the more vocal he got and the stronger his leadership got. And I see Bryce kind of developing the same way.
When you mentioned a big game on TV, you guys are going to have another chance to compete in the Dave Hunter Corky Kell Classic. What are you looking forward to seeing from your team on this big stage?
Obviously, being matched up with a defending state champion, it doesn't really matter what classification it is. It's a really good program, a really good football team. So, I just want to see us line up and compete. Obviously, it's a non-region game, so it really doesn't have any bearing for playoffs or anything like that. But it's definitely something to where we're going to know where we're at as a team immediately out the gate because of the type of opponent we're matched up with. So I'm excited to see how our guys react and compete.
And do you feel like you have any under-the-radar players that people should keep an eye on this season?
Well, I mentioned Sebastian Miles. But I think he's pretty much on the radar now, and he's going to really blow up this season. Josh McCullough on offense, tight end, H-back. We line him up in the slot at receiver a lot. He led us in touchdown receptions last year. He averaged 20 yards a reception. In my opinion, he's a severely under-recruited kid. He's got a bright future in this game ahead of him. He loves the game. He works his tail off at everything he does. So he's a guy that definitely needs more eyes on him.
And then, Coach, how's the kicking game, special teams looking?
Great. So we've got a returning senior, Lucas England. He's done nothing but get bigger and stronger. Believe it or not, he's probably pound for pound, he's in the top 5 strongest players on our football team. He's an athlete. He's also plays baseball as well. But just getting some preliminary looks at him kicking the football this summer. He's kicking kickoffs out of the back of the end zone. He was 16 and 19 on field goals for us last year with a long of 49. With kind of his improved leg strength, I feel like his range, we can add another 5, 6, 7 yards to that. So definitely excited about the season he's going to have.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today, Coach, and best of luck to your guys this season.
Thank you. We're going to need plenty of it.
All right. Well, we still have more coming up next. We'll be back right after the short break.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic Combat Training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
The game is growing, and it's her time to shine. ScoutSmart, the recruiting partner of the GACA, is introducing a new AI-powered video tool that helps flag football players showcase their game. It's called Scout Vision. Upload your game footage to Scout Vision, and our smart technology will turn your video into Scout-ready clips. Then, add your highlight reel to your free ScoutSmart profile for increased recruitment visibility. Scout Vision. We make the cut, you make the team.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
High school football media days. We are now joined by Rome head coach John Reid. How are you doing today, Coach?
I'm doing great. I'm sorry I was just a little late joining. I just got done talking to the team. We're about to have a practice here.
All right. No, you are all good. You are on time for us. So, Coach, your team has done really well in your region in recent years. What do you feel like is testament to this success?
Having a consistent plan, the kids buying into it, and great coaching staff that works hard with these kids and kids that believe in what we do, and just going about it every day, one day at a time.
And who are some difference makers on your team that you're really excited to see in action this season?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, who are some difference makers on your team that you're really excited to see play this season?
Yeah, hopefully it's the ones who were different makers last year, and then add some to it that people haven't seen quite yet. Darnell Collins is going to be a difference maker as a receiver and a safety. And J.J. Winston's going to be a difference maker, obviously. We've got a defensive end that was Defensive Player of the Year in the regions named Dash Kennebrew. I think our quarterback situation is really good with Aiden McPherson. And right now his current backup is Braxton Anderson, who won 4 or 5 games with us last year. I think there's going to be a running back or so that shows up. I think the offensive line is going to be really good if they continue to work well together. We've got a kid named Jaquise McCrary that's got a Georgia offer that plays offensive line and defensive line. It's going to be a junior. So I think some of those people are going to be huge difference makers. I think our kicking game will be good with Jason Cruz, just to name a few.
And then, Coach, I know you always have these classes on your radar when they're in the middle school program. What have you seen with this class of 2026 just coming through the Rome program?
Well, it's like somebody asked me earlier today. You just put these kids in the program and in the system, and then all of a sudden you start spitting out some pretty good players. I just did a number for another media outlet or whatever the other day. We have 18 kids that'll be playing football on Saturday in college football this year. So obviously, as per the first question, the system is working. So I see this class, that was what we just spoke to about. What is your legacy? What are you going to just be a region champ? Or are you going to take it to the next couple of levels that are all the way?
And then the linebacking core has been obviously a strength of Rome. I feel like that's part of your identity as a football team. Who's leading that group this year?
We lost Jaden Harmon, and I think it's always hard to replace. I don't know if you ever replace totally, but I think that in the linebacking core, you've got Jaden Clowers is running at Wilbacker. He's a really good athlete. He has some scholarship offers from big schools, and yet he's untested. So he's one of those that for the first question would be a kid that may show up. Then we have some real blue-collar kids inside. They're just tough, good football players, and Seth Hooker and Eli Richards. And the outside backer spot has some good athletes. Jaden Worsham's is just a kid that's been in this program forever and just been coming along. He's going to be a really good player at Sam.
And then we've heard a lot, iron sharpens iron, but when you watched the team compete this spring, what was your takeaway about maybe who had the edge, offense or defense, and how they pushed each other?
It's an interesting question, and one that this spring was really culminated in. We split the team right down the middle and had an East Rome versus West Rome game in spring, which was, we even used the replica jerseys and everything. But what I saw in that game, which was the culmination of spring, was that it was just the coaches did a fantastic job of we played good football. And that's when you split the team, your fourth best offensive tackle or guard or whatever still got to play in that game when you've got two sides like that. So I thought it looked really good. I would say what's good about this team right now is that on different days one's ahead of the other, and hopefully when you're at our level, the number one defense is as good as any defense in the top 10 against the offense that should be as good as anybody in that top 10. So it's good football. But to answer your question, Craig, it kind of goes back and forth.
And Coach, you guys started off 0-2 last year, losing to Carrollton in Toombs County. What was your message to your players after that 0-2 start that helped them win 10 straight games before falling to Thomas County Central in the playoffs?
Well, I don't know that anybody in the country's ever had a situation that we had to go in. Like right now, everything is building day by day by day. We just talked about that the fun part. This is the hard part. This is the part that breaks you because there's no game, there's no pads yet, all that. The fun part's about to happen. Well, when we got to be right about the fun part, our bus rolled over down the road and a bunch of kids got, luckily nobody seriously hurt. Some coaches got hurt pretty bad. And I don't want to go back over that, but it does kind of help answer the question, is that, it's a recovery that I wouldn't want to have to put anybody through. But I thought our kids and the whole program did a great job of getting it together against two tough opponents. Being 0-2 in this day and age could be a crisis. And then we went against and beat an East team, which was really good. They only lost one game. We're the only team they lost to in the regular season. So it showed how quickly these kids came back around and got it together.
Yeah, you guys definitely bounced back well after that. How much of an impact has Darnell Collins made on both sides of the ball for your team?
Anytime you got at least a 6'3" athlete running around back there, and he's just a natural at safety, and then he's a fantastic blocker as a receiver. And notice I said blocker first because to be a receiver nowadays, it's a commitment of not only catching and running routes, but to blocking. So it makes a huge difference. Anytime you've got him and JJ that you can put together or split on put both sides or opposite sides, you're going to threaten the defense. So that's huge, and we're glad we have them.
And as you go into your 11th season at Rome, what have you learned most from your players and from your fellow coaches as well?
Here's the deal: is every year, and I've done this it's like my 38th year. I lose count, which is, I guess it's good I lose count. It's bad that it's been that many years. But I get better every year. I mean, I learn things every year. I'm a better coach today than I was last year. And I think that's because the game is high level in Georgia. And I think it's because the players push you. They want to be good. And I think that's because our tradition is that they have 18 kids they played with playing on Saturdays, and they want to be those guys too.
And when you reflect on those 38 years, I know it's going to be hard to narrow it down, but what are some of your favorite memories that really stick out to you?
You know what the best part about it is, and I've been so fortunate to be in 5 state championships and win 4 of them. The best part is when, and there's so many great moments. I mean, there's Adam Anderson blocking an extra point to get us in the second round when he was a sophomore. There's games in Tennessee that were remarkable. We were down by 17 in the state championship in Tennessee, came back and won we were ahead by 17, went down by 17, and came back and won by 17, or something like that, 2 touchdowns. That was remarkable. But when people write me an email and say, Coach, you made a difference, I'm 35 years old now, I'm 40 years old now, you made a difference in my life, and without football and you, I don't know if it would have been. That's the biggest deal.
That's touching, Coach. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you make another impact on these young men this season. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for everything you do, and appreciate it. And looking forward to the season. Looking forward to having you guys over here on August 15th, I guess.
Yes, sir. We'll see you then. Thanks, Coach. And
all right,
stick with us. We still have one more school left to go. We'll be back right after the break.
The big seller was no student debt. That was a big thing for me. You work and make money while you're going to school. You learn on the job as well as in school. It's all around. You can't beat it. It's just a good feeling. You work with your hands. You did all that yourself, and it's paying off. And I'm not even through with school yet. My career is just getting started. Looking back, it's a very incredible feeling.
Every athlete has a story, and every coach is searching for their right fit. At ScoutSmart, we bring the two together, matching tackle and flag football players with coaches at the next level. Athletes create free profiles. ScoutSmart combines player bios, stats, film, and potential in one customizable platform that allows coaches to analyze and find recruits who fit their program. The official recruiting partner of the GACA, ScoutSmart, where data predicts fit.
The Mechanical Trades Institute wants to provide apprentices with a pathway that promises rewarding, hands-on work through a completely free education. There are many post-secondary options for students and young adults, and we want them to consider the skilled trades as one of those options. This is not only a job, but a free education and a lifelong career. We want you to start your future at the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Football Media Day. Last but certainly not least to join us is Brooks head coach Joshua McFather. How are you doing today, Coach?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm glad we're able to get this thing rescheduled and make it work.
Thank you so much for joining us. And so this past season, you became the only first-year head coach to reach the title game. When you reflect on this time, what really stands out to you about last season?
We had a really good group of guys, great leadership from our seniors especially. And it's just a fun group to coach that work their butts off. And our thing at Brooks County has always been to get better week by week. And I felt like we did a good job of doing that last year. And, we got into a close one with Manchester and, took it to overtime. And our kicker, Rafael Mojica, knocked in I think it was a 25 yard field goal to win it in overtime, and so that was huge for us. And our kids they worked really, really hard.
And now that you have your first year as head coach under your belt, what are you most looking forward to this upcoming season?
Well, one of the things that we believe is that when you look at the lifespan of anything, whether it's a human or an animal or whatever, the biggest amount of growth happens from year 0 to year 1. And so, last year was year 0. That was kind of, my first shot at it. And so I'm interested to see how things progress from where we were last year to where we are this year. I feel like culturally we have some good things going. I feel like there's a lot of things that I've maintained from the way that Coach Freeman did things to, we're still doing some of those things today. And then there's some things that I've added new that, I think are giving us a competitive advantage. One of those is we've got 2 sports psychologists that are going to be working with our program. They've been working with us all summer. They're going to be with us throughout the season. And so it's awesome to have that, to kind of get that mental coaching for our kids and give them a resource to develop the mental part of the game. And then, some other things that we've got fundraising wise and community wise, where we're trying to make some extra connections. And so it's been awesome, but I'm really excited to see just, how that transpires going into next season. And if that leads to, more wins or, more seats filled in the stands or whatever it may be, but I'm excited.
And you mentioned adding 2 psychologists to your team. I feel like mental health and, the people being more open about mental health has really improved in recent years. Why was that so important for you to add those teammates on your team?
You have to have it nowadays. I mean, it's with the way that things are for our young people. There's so much that they're exposed to. They've got so much exposure. Everything's put on the internet. We've got 2 big-time recruits right now that are both 4-star athletes that are stepping into that world of being famous, where everybody knows who George Lammons and Trey Stevenson are. And so I felt like it would be a disservice on my part if I didn't find a way to mentally prepare them for the next level and prepare them for all of the things that they're about to undergo in their junior and senior year. And it wasn't just for those 2 guys, but I look back at last year and there were some games that we lost because it was mental things, and you make a mental mistake here or a mental mistake there, and it really changes the trajectory of a game. And so I felt like if we could work with some psychologists to help develop the mental side of the game and help us be able to, come back from a mistake, or if something doesn't go our way, we're able to mentally overcome that, that it leads us into the potential to be able to win more football games and ultimately give our kids more success.
And then, Coach, you started as a wide receiver coach at Brooks County, moved to offensive coordinator, then took over at head coach. Just what makes Brooks County as a program special, and what have you seen just with the resiliency of them being able to peak at the right time?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, it's our community. The Brooks County community is phenomenal. I think they are second to none in the state of Georgia, possibly the nation. The support that we get from them, there are some diehard Brooks County Trojan fans in Brooks County. And I mean, not just in Brooks County, we've got some in Atlanta and all over the United States, but where they went to school there, their family went to school there, they're sending their kids there. And it means something to them. A lot of schools, especially when you get into, the more populated areas, you don't have that sense of tradition. And it's not a knock against them, but the tradition at Brooks County is to play physical football, and our fans and our parents especially support that. And this is one of the last few places where you can really coach a kid tough, and you can really get on them and coach them hard. And then the parent shows up to practice not to chew out the coach, but to chew out the kid for doing wrong. And so to have that level of support is phenomenal. But then also, I'd be lying if I said that we're not an extremely athletic community and an athletic school system. Our middle school is very athletic. Our high school program's been very athletic for a very long time. We've always had really fast and physical kids who they grow up loving football. And you look for a place where football's first, and Brooks County is that.
And then you've obviously seen a lot of great offenses at Brooks County. What excites you about this year's group?
Man, it's awesome. You've got some really, really good playmakers. Of course, we've got some shoes to fill. We lost 5 seniors on offense, and we lost 4 on defense. And a lot of those guys are two-way players. But offensively, obviously, you've got George Lammons, who's a major playmaker. He finished the Manchester game and played the state championship game with a high ankle sprain. We were able to get him the same brace that Quinn Ewers was using over at Texas. And so that helped a lot. But to have a kid who can play through the pain of a high ankle sprain, I don't know that there's physically a tougher kid than George Lamons. You've got Trey Stevenson, who's coming over, and he got a little bit of offense last year. He was mainly a defensive back, but he's going to play some receiver, some running back, some quarterback, just really plug him in and on a number of places so that we can get him the ball in space and let him go make plays. And then, we've got we've had some quarterback battle going on, and Bryce Buckett has won that job. And, he's come to us from Cairo. His family moved over to Brooks County and lives in Quitman now. And his dad's one of our coaches, and they're going to be, just a phenomenal addition, not just to our team, but to our community, where they're very invested in Brooks County and the people of Brooks County. And then at running back, we replaced Chris Cole, who was a 2,000-yard rusher last year, an all-state player. And so you replace him, and, there's big shoes to fill, but we've got Damari Baynard, who moved to us last year from Valdosta. He's been a phenomenal running back for us. He's very patient, very quick, and so I think he's going to have a breakout year this year.
And then, Coach, I wanted to ask you about this region that y'all are in. We all know about Irwin County. Y'all played, I believe, against each other for 2 state championships. Yeah. But now you add into it a resurgent Clinch County that's back on track after a while of being down. Just talk to me about this tough region you're in and how that prepares y'all for the playoffs and making these deep playoff runs.
When you look at this region, I don't know that historically there's a better just combination of teams for a region in the state right now. You got, obviously Irwin, who's won a few state championships. Clinch County's won quite a few. You go back a little bit, Charlton's been very successful. And so you got us in there as well, who's always been a very competitive team and a playoff team. And so I don't know that, when you look at the level of talent amongst the top few teams, I don't know that there's another region that matches that. Irwin County, obviously with Coach Soliday retiring, you lose a great coach, kind of like we did when Coach Freeman retired from Brooks County. But I know, I've heard nothing but great things about Coach Harold, and I think he's going to do a great job. Irwin's always got tough kids. They've always got very physical football players. So they're going to be good. Clinch is always just a hard-nosed, hit you in the mouth kind of team, just like we are. And so there's been some games where we go back and forth with Clinch, and I got to looking at it the other day, and we've gone back and forth with Clinch for quite a while. And so it's been something where, we're looking at that game saying, between Irwin and Clinch, you're looking at a region title game. And, we feel confident that if we can pull those out, then it's going to lead to a deep playoff run because you end up being a number 1 seed. But we're also looking at, hey, what if things happen and we end up the number 2 or the number 3 seed, because it is just that competitive.
And
go ahead.
And then, Coach, just one final question. I would just want you to talk about y'all return a lot of last year's team and how that runs to the state title. And these guys are just, how hungry are they to make another run at state title and this time get that job done?
Yeah, I think they're very hungry. They're very focused. The biggest tell for me was, this off season. We spent January through May really getting after it in the weight room, lifting heavy and really pushing ourselves. And I challenged them. I challenged them every day. We would do things intentionally to try to get them to mentally break, such as, we would get in the weight room and play music that they hate. And I just called it adversity day. You got to be able to overcome some adversity. And initially they hated it, but then they grew to where they loved it. And to see them embrace adversity, work hard in the weight room, get physically stronger, that showed me that they were hungry. And then, we get out here in the summer, we put a ball in the air and we're starting to get after it. And we've had, throughout the entire summer, I don't know if maybe there was 1 or 2 days where I left and I said, today wasn't a great day. But every other day's been a really great day. We had a great day today. It's been a great week doing our first week, or doing the week of acclimation. And so, the kids they're hungry, they're focused. And, we've got some major goals set, and I don't even really call them goals. I call them standards and expectations. The standard that the Brooks County community has for us is to play for and win state championships. That's the standard that I have for us. That's the standard that our kids have. And, that's just the Brooks County way. And so we're looking forward to the season. We're excited about it, but I would definitely say that our kids are starving to get back to that game.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Coach, and best of luck to your guys this season.
Yep, thank you. Go Trojans.
Thank you. Well, guys, it's hard to believe, but we've wrapped up Georgia High School Football Media Days. How you guys feeling?
I'm ready. I'm ready for the season. I thought it was great insight, and I think there's going to be a lot of new teams this year that see the coaches going into their third or fourth year. That's usually when the programs have their identity and will be able to get off to fast starts.
Well, and you get to see a lot of personality from the coaches and the players.
sure.
From the war paint to the car at a wedding. We've seen a lot today, but we've had a lot of fun the past 2 days. Thanks for joining us, guys.